Hello and welcome back to the Game Badge Podcast. I'm your host, Manny Friedman, along with my co-host.
Brad Sloan.
Back in the house, baby. Back in the
Yeah,
house for
special morning
Wimbledon
pod. We
talk.
exchanged the wine and the whiskey for the tea and the biscuits or whatever you eat for
Yeah,
breakfast.
tea and the coffee. Yep.
Yeah, the tea and the coffee. Yep. Yeah. So
Yeah.
kind of a different, honestly different pod because like usually we have a
Yeah.
recap segment. This time our recap segment is probably 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Mostly just celebrating Tabilo winning cashing futures for both of us. I
That
think
was
Manny, you had 14
fantastic.
to 1. I had 18.
It's great.
Um,
Great.
and then Fritz wins another title in Eastbourne, so
Mm-hmm.
good credit to him for, I don't know,
Tabilo,
showing
I'm
up.
just happy to have a couple extra units in the bankroll for Wimbledon, right?
I mean, it's pretty awesome. Like cashing in 18 to 1 is pretty fun, I gotta
It
say.
is.
Like,
It's awesome. It's awesome. It
yeah.
doesn't happen often. I mean, we did have to sweat the Monfils match,
But
right?
honestly, that was the only sweat.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Like the rest of the week, he just cruised.
And I'm glad we didn't hedge with Offner. Like we could have easily hedged that as Offner was plus money, but like
Yeah.
there was no reason why you should have lost that, you know? Like he's a
Yeah.
way better player than Offner.
Yeah.
Mentally
I mean,
tougher.
Tapilo's a really good player. He's just a really good
Yes,
tennis player.
he is.
We
Yeah,
talked about him enough, I think, last pod, and we have plenty to talk about today. And
yeah,
and
for
I'm sure
sure.
he'll come up again later. I'm
We
sure.
will.
So
We
I
will.
think we'll have some interesting discussion then. So
So no, we're gonna do our draw talk and our futures plays, and we're gonna do a fun little activity that we usually do for slams. And then we're gonna break and hopefully get a guest on for the second half. No guarantees on that yet, but we're hoping for the best. So
yep.
yeah, so it should be a fun next like what 4 hours or so.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. Let's buckle up.
Buckle up, baby. Buckle up. All right, so let's get right into it. So this is the third slam of the year. Probably the granddaddy of them all. But it's Wimbledon, SW19. Let's talk a little bit about like conditions and court speed, all that kind of jazz. I think it's like relatively slow grass, right? I think like players
Yeah, I
should.
mean specifically the center courts are. I mean it's because the center courts they have the roof and it's more of like the stadium format. So the main court for sure, and then court one probably to a lesser extent. And then the
Mhm.
outer courts where they get exposed to more sun would probably play a little bit faster.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's true, honestly, at most of the events, I feel like, and you kind of have to keep that in mind, but
As far as weather goes, I think it's
it's
pretty
actually
good.
supposed to be pretty nice. I mean, supposedly, which is amazing for Wimbledon because that's pretty rare. Um,
Thursday, there's a bit of wind, it says, but like it looks like it's no rain, cloudy, so not too much sun, which is probably actually good for the players. Mid 60s to low 70s. So I think it's like perfect conditions, which is nice.
yeah. I mean, at least for week one, and then week two, you have no idea. I mean, good call on the wind, Mandy. Wind, Manny. Yeah, definitely some wind throughout most of the week.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, I think Thursday's the heaviest, and then but 10 to 15 miles an hour, which is like slightly significant for the rest of the days. Like it's
Yeah,
kind of
but
right.
even like tomorrow, there are gusts up to 23 miles per hour.
Yeah.
You know?
So
So
wind could be a factor.
definitely could be. Yeah, Wednesday 29 miles per hour gusts, Thursday 31. So
Yeah.
wind will play a factor. I mean, it doesn't play too much of a factor on center and court one because like they're pretty enclosed. But yeah, the outer courts for sure. So like when you're capping, you definitely have to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Um, I think it's by far the slow. I like even as it gets slower throughout the week. I think it's slower than all the other grass court tournaments, including Queens, right?
Maybe not Eastbourne, but yeah, everything else.
Everything else, yeah. Okay. All right. As far as like trends go, I think the number one seed has won like the majority of the times here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
So good.
and it's a slam, right? So it gets hard to beat the top guys in slams. And then, I mean, look, Djokovic and Federer have dominated this event for the past 15 years.
Right, and
You
Alcaraz
know,
won last year as the number one. I think he was the number one seed, right?
yeah, yeah, he
True.
wants and Murray snuck in once or twice, but like,
Yeah.
it's I mean it's a slam, so it's you're really looking at a pretty limited number of guys who are real threats to win on like when we're talking about who's going to win the slam.
Right. Right. All right, so let's get right
Honestly, I
into
mean we'll talk about it more, but I think I don't think this year's any different.
me neither. It's a pretty short list of like guys that can actually win the event, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And whether you want to discuss if it's three guys or four guys, I mean that's up for debate, but like or maybe even two guys or three guys, like
yeah.
it's crazy. But all right, let's get right into this draw. So
Oh, we got the beautiful Wimbledon website up for it. I
we
like it.
do.
Good
Oh, this
call.
website
Good
is so
call.
much better than the French Open website.
Oh,
It's
I know. I
so much
know.
better. It's
I
so
mean,
much
the coverage of Wimbledon is just better in general. It's just like
exactly.
a better covered event.
Although next year we might finally get some good French Open coverage with TNT acquiring the rights.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do think they're planning to use multiple channels for it because they have like
Right.
TBS, True TV. You know what I mean? So it might be kind of a
Yeah.
similar.
Well,
Yeah.
they're losing all their sports coverage because no more basketball, so like
Which is crazy, man. Like I
it
can't
is
believe they gave up the NBA. I
crazy.
really I can't I can't understand how that was they think that was a good business move, but
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
but hopefully we get some better coverage next year for that slam. All right, so let's go over this draw. We'll start at the top half. So the top half will play Monday because Alcaraz is in there. He gets the first center court match. And then the bottom half will play Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, etc. So center will play Yannick Hoffman. The winner of that will play Berrettini and Fucsovic. Then Nagal will play Kecmanovic. Grigspor will play Carreño Busta. We got Nico Yari and Shapovalov, Daniel Altmaier and Arthur Ferry, I believe. Lloyd Harris and Alex Michelson. And Mattia Bellucci and Ben Shelton. So we'll start with that like first
Eight.
16.
That
First
top eight. Yeah.
top eight.
Um
What catches your eye?
so I guess I think the talk about like Sinner having a tough draw,
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree relative to other guys, but also like he's so good and it's a slam, I don't know how much it matters. Like, can Berrettini really beat him? I don't think so. I just don't think Berrettini can win enough points on return. Like maybe he can split, maybe, but I mean maybe he takes a set in a tiebreak, but I don't see how Berrettini breaks him. Um Greek Sport has played him tough, but again, like is he actually going to be able to beat Sinner? I don't think so.
No, but
I
the
mean,
scares are, worth noting. Like you don't want scares early on. Like they're stressful. Like the players don't think like that. Like we think like that as Grigspor has, shown a tendency of choking, but like you don't want to be in that position that Zverev was in when you're down 5-2 in the fifth, like
no, for sure, but I don't even know if any of these guys are good enough to give Sinner a real scare. Like maybe take a set, like probably take maybe there's I mean between Greek Sport and Berrettini, maybe there's probably a pretty good chance one of them can take a set, but
really, I think both can take a set. Like I don't think Sinner was good in Halle, but like against good servers, he was still not he wasn't breaking at will. He was winning good amount of return points, but he struggled on break point. Like I don't think he was like his like actual self.
I mean
Halle.
I'll disagree there. I'll say it was a quick court and like he still won like a really good percentage of return points for that tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about. I mean, break points are notorious for being finicky. Fickle, right? Like,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think like the leader in break point conversion percentage last year was like Manarino or somebody. Like,
Okay.
it can, but I mean, I'm not saying it's not a tough draw. I just think the Sinner's so much better than everybody. I just don't think it matters.
I
Like,
think he's gonna win too. I think he's gonna find a way to get through. But like also with Sinner, physicality is always a problem, right?
that's why it
Well,
could matter. I mean, that's
so
that's
if
a
you're
fair
having
point,
like four
Manny.
set scare with Berrettini and then like going five against Grigspor, like that doesn't bode well for him later in the event.
No, but I'd be surprised if this was four sets and five sets also. Like I don't know.
I think it like the chances that he gets a scare early is bigger than like say if he had to play Berrettini like in the fourth round or so, you know? Like I think when the grass is more lush and it's a little quicker, like I think he would rather play Berrettini in like the fourth round, fourth or quarter than the second round, you know?
Yeah,
Like
probably.
that's when I think because remember at Wimbledon, like you've had those days of like complete carnage. Remember that 2013 day when like Federer lost to Stakowski? I think Nadal lost on the same day.
To Rasol, was that Dealis to Rasol the same
Something like
day?
that. Rasol or
Either Rasol or
maybe it was
Brown. I can't
Justin
remember
Brown,
which.
one of
Yeah.
those. Yeah. And like, those days happen, right? At Wimbledon.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't like the I saw this draw for Sinner, and then like you look at Alcaraz's draw and you look at Djokovic's draw, which we'll get into later, and I'm like, this is way tougher relative to those guys. I still think he gets through. I'm not saying like he doesn't get through, but it's tough. It's
Yeah,
tough.
I just think and I guess like what else are we gonna talk about, right? So I guess that's why we're talking so much about it. But like
Yeah.
I don't know how much it matters, other than maybe the physicality piece, but also grass is gonna be a less physical surface too. And like we're talking about like Berrettini and Greek sport, less physical opponents, right? Just by their nature, more shorter points. And if they're gonna win, it's gonna have to be shorter points. So yeah.
Right, but like there's no guy that can beat Sinner playing longer points either, right? Like when you play Sinner, do you want to play shorter points or do you want to play longer points?
I don't know. A Medvedev would be a lot scarier from a physical perspective for Sinner, right? Like, because Medvedev is maybe good enough to take a set, maybe not on grass. Maybe I guess we can argue that, but like, one of the top guys. I mean, the problem is like the top guys who play longer points like tend to just be the top guys. So they're higher seeded players, but yeah.
But like there's no one in this like bottom part of the 16th that can trouble. Like the fact that Greek Sport and Berrettini are both in that little section where Sinner is, like I think those would be tougher than Yari, Shapo, Harris, or Shelton, honestly.
It's funny. Like the thing is, like, you've got a bunch of bigs, like you got a couple big servers down here in Harris and Yari. I don't know,
Mhm.
man. We'll talk about it. I think Yari might be able to do something here.
Okay. Okay. All right. So then this bottom part, you got Dimitrov, he'll play Dusan Lajovic. Christian Garin, who's had success here in the past. I think he made a quarterfinal. Wants he'll play Jerry Shang. Then you got Stan Wawrinka will play is it
Charles Broom.
Charles Broom. Charles Broom. Monfils will play Monterino. Battle of the Frenchmen. Zhizhen Zheng will play Matthias Hanbier, a qualifier. Struff will play Marjan. Moller will play Gaston, and Kovacevic will play Medvedev. So I don't like this draw for Medvedev. I think he's a candidate to be knocked out early. I think there are guys like Struff, Marjan, and Zhang on this surface could really trouble him. Like I don't think Kovacevic or Muller or Gaston are going to beat him, but I think that third round is a potential roadblock for him. And then if he has to play Dimitrov, I think that's going to be tough here. Like I know you don't really like Dimitrov in slams, but I think grass suits Dimitrov's game so much better than Medvedev. And like Medvedev, that loss to Zhang and Halle was not good. Like he just doesn't look comfortable on this surface. And I know he made the semis here last year, but like it wasn't a convincing run. He played Eubanks in the quarters.
I
So
don't disagree with that. I think I completely agree with you on that.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a bunch of guys in this section who are all pretty good. Dimitrov gets a really good draw.
Yep,
I
I
think
agree.
he about as good of a draw as he could have asked for.
So the fact that he's
Um,
probably going to be waiting for Medvedev in the 16, like I think his potential of getting to the round of 16 is way higher than Medvedev's. And
yeah, I
then
agree with that.
if they meet,
I
Dimitrov is probably going to be a dog, and like I would
I don't know.
gladly.
That's a really good question. Is who would like because everybody knows that Medvedev doesn't really like grass.
True, but like if they played on a hard court, Medvedev would probably be like minus what 300,
Oh, I don't think that high. Maybe
maybe
200 or something. But yeah, I don't
240.
know.
So
Maybe
like, does the grass really level that playing field that much?
Well, it goes both ways,
according
right?
to the books.
Yeah, Dimitrov's probably a little better on the grass, and then again, Medvedev, like it's been so hyped up how much the grass is an issue for Medvedev. It might almost be overstated at this point.
Okay. Okay. Um,
But yes, definitely some interesting matches in there. I mean,
sure.
definitely some interesting matches. I guess now we talk quarter prices for Q1.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Yeah.
Pull it up here. So quarter prices for Q1. Sinner is minus 190. Medvedev is plus 600. Dimitrov plus 800. Berrettini 10 to 1. Struve 16 to 1. Shelton 18 to 1. Zhang 20 to 1. Griekspoor 22 to 1. Shapo 33 to 1. And then yeah, it just goes down from there. I have a play here, but I'm curious to see what you have to say first.
I have one guy I'm looking at because I do think Sinner wins this quarter. Like, and I think it's more than 50%, which makes it hard to make any plays on the other top guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got a play here. I got that I think is way undervalued in this especially relative to the other guys, and that's Nico Yari at 66 to 1. I don't understand how he's ranked 13th on this list of guys most likely to win
I'd
this
agree with
quarter.
that. I'd agree with that.
Like, he's more likely than Mickelson. He's more likely than Harris. He's more likely than Monfils.
More likely
Shapo's a
than
favorite against him in round one. I'm not really sure
makes
why.
no sense. Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
like Nico on the grass, like I know he hasn't played grass yet this year, and that's probably why. And I agree that grass isn't his best surface. But like he has had a good tennis year. He made what, Rome finals?
Yeah, he made Rome finals. I think he had another good result somewhere. Oh, Miami.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
semi
mean,
quarters or
yeah.
semis. So yeah, and you like it's not Yari's game necessarily, but you have to trust him more mentally than pretty much every guy besides I would say the top four.
Monfils, I think Monfils is a different animal, but I just think Monfils is just a bad bet to win. I mean, like asking
Nah.
him to win 5 matches
He's
is
good tactically, but he's not like that strong mentally. And I think he's stronger mentally than Chapo, Griekspoor, Zhang, Shelton, and Struve. Maybe same as Struve, I would say, but I prefer Yari's game slightly. So I'd have to agree with you there. I didn't see that. I'm probably gonna sprinkle on that as well for half a unit. My play was Dimitrov at 8 to 1. And like I know that Sinner, matches up really well against Dimitrov, and like that's going to be really tough if he gets there. But I'll gladly take an 8 to 1 into the quarters if they do play. And I think Dimitrov is the pretty sizable favorite in that bottom half of the 16. Like I think the chances that he gets to the round of 16 are very high, and the chances that he beats Medvedev is decent as well. So, and I don't think it's a guarantee that Medvedev even gets there.
to
So,
me, there's too much that needs to go right.
okay.
For Dimitrov, like first, like I think it's going to be really hard for him to beat Sinner in a best of 5.
But I also
Yeah.
think that the draw for Sinner is tougher than you do. Like
I mean,
I
okay,
think
so
the
what do you
chances
think the chances are that Sinner gets knocked out in the first 3 rounds?
20%.
Okay, so we pretty much agree on that. Um, but like okay, so and what percentage chance do you give Dimitrov of winning if he plays Sinner?
It depends on the physicality piece. Like if those matches are straight sets and he comes through unblemished without like a scare or without like any like back nibble or anything, like I think the chances of that are low. That he gets through to the quarterfinals without something going wrong. You know?
Okay, I mean that's an interesting take. That's an interesting take.
Like there might be a slip there that he tweaks something and he's not the most he's a pretty fragile guy physically. So like I think that's the biggest threat to him being not 100% against Dimitrov, and it all depends on how fit he is going into that quarterfinal. If he's fully fit, it's probably like 15% chance that Dimitrov wins. If if Sinner has a nibble or something or some issue, then I think it goes up to like 35-40%.
Yeah, and so I guess that's the piece that I didn't really factor in, and B, I don't even really know that I have the confidence to. Like, you're, yeah, I mean, like, I think that that's the, yeah, I just think, it's hard to, I have a hard time betting on him. Like, I actually, this may be the time to actually, instead of taking it as a futures, it's maybe the time to do a rollover on Dimitrov.
Okay, but like once you get to the third round or so, right? Or fourth round.
Well, I
Because
mean, you're not gonna, that's the point though, right? You can roll them over until then, right? And you'll be up like 2 or 3 units, and then you can see where you're at with Sinner
okay.
and then make your call, because
That's a good call. It's a good call.
because I think, like, I just, yeah, it's gonna be brutal if Sinner gets there, and if Sinner's
100%.
yeah,
Which
you're,
could happen too. I'm not saying that won't happen, but like he has tough opponents, and if he has to go 4 or 5 sets and he slips once or twice, there might be like this or like some limping, some like Sinner is prone to that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
I don't know. But I like the Yari play. I really do. That was a good call out. I didn't really see that when I was looking myself.
I
Um,
didn't see it on my first pass through either. I always do a pass through the guys like that are higher than 50 to 1.
yeah,
Because I feel like sometimes there's a guy that just gets like forgotten about down there, And I think in this case, Nico Yari was. I mean, I was looking at it last year on the grass. I'm gonna pull it up, but he gave Alcaraz a battle here. If
he
you remember,
did.
I think it was the
He
fourth
did.
round. He won a set and he gave Alcaraz a real fight. It was 7-5 in the fourth.
Well, he serves
Um,
exceptionally well, right? So
yeah, well, that's the whole thing, right? And like also like that gives him like I think if he has to play Dimitrov, like, or not Dimitrov, Sinner, like I think that at least gives him some sort of prayer. Like he just serves like incredibly well and like gets to tie breaks and wins.
yeah, but he'd rather play Sinner earlier in the event, second or third round. I would say when fourth round, then the grass gets kind of slower.
Or maybe he's got a little niggle and then he can't play good, like, and he retires or something. I don't know. Like,
There you go.
but at 66 to 1, I mean, at 66 to 1, I'm willing to take that shot. Like I
Yeah,
agree. I think it's less than 10% if he gets there to beat Sinner, but like I'm willing to take that shot and like at 66 to 1, you know, like
yeah.
it is what it is.
Well, I
Like,
think we already know what a GBM play is going into the first round, right? It's
yeah,
yeah.
I think we know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
understand
and
how
to be fair, I do think Yari could lose that match to Shapo. He 100% could lose. Like, I think it's very realistic, and like then it goes bunk, but it's a 66 to 1. So like sometimes that's gonna happen with these long
that full
shots.
unit play for you.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
Nice.
you're pretty much just wasting a unit, but when it comes through, it's awesome.
It
Like,
is. It is. Even when it gets to like the round of 16 and you have that live, you have 2 matches, right? Then you could start hedging, you could start playing with it, you know?
yeah, yeah. Now the only
So
problem is the fourth round match would be Sinner. So you can't like you will have to, yeah, your hedge won't be as nice there, but
uh oh yeah, okay. True.
his draw is really good up. Like if he gets by Chapo, he should make the fourth round.
He should.
Like,
Then you gotta hope that Breeksport or Berrettini do something,
yeah. I mean, look, there's
Like Breeksport has been ahead against top players so many times. Like how many times does it need to happen before he finally, you know, gets over the hump? Happened against
yeah.
Sinner in Miami. It happened against Zverev in at Roland Garros. Like I think it happened again in Halle, right? Didn't he have a top player on the ropes? Was
I
it
think
Sinner again?
so. Look that up.
Yeah, he won set 7-6.
No. Oh yeah, Sinner. Well, he was up a set against Sinner. He won the first set from Sinner, and then Sinner won the last two pretty easily. But like, yeah, he
I mean,
did win a set from
I'm
Sinner.
gonna play the LWWW when he plays center. I
All
think
right.
that's a play already.
All right.
So, all right, let's go to the next quarter here. So this is the Alcaraz quarter. So Alcaraz will play La Hall, a qualifier in the first round. Winner of that will play Vukic or Offner. Coric will play Meligeni Alves. Arnaldi will play Tiafo. Baez will play Nakashima. Koto will play Thompson. Van de Zandschulp will play Brody. Shevchenko will play Humbert. Paul will play Mart.
Well, that's the
Okay,
16, right? So we can stop there.
Yeah, we can stop there. Yeah.
Man, there's really nothing to talk about here, huh?
No,
I mean, there's some interesting matches. Like, I think actually a lot of these first round matches are going to be interesting, but they're just like interesting tennis matches. Like, they're not like in terms of like who's going to actually win this section. Like, I mean, who's the second best guy in this section? Probably Jordan Thompson.
that's saying a lot. Uh Probably.
Humbert's form is terrible right now.
Yeah, I know.
He just lost to a goot.
I'd have to agree with you. I'd probably say Thompson, then maybe number 3 would be, I guess, Humbert by default,
Probably.
right? Then probably Arnaldi.
Oh, I would put Nakashima ahead of Arnaldi.
On grass.
Not
Yeah.
very high on Arnaldi on grass. We'll talk about that more too, I'm sure.
We will. Yeah. But yeah, it's a hard, really weak quarter. Yeah, and then I guess we can stop there because there's really not much to talk about in terms of draw perspective, right?
Well, that's only the top half of the quarter, right? There's a
Right.
whole bottom half to that quarter.
So then I don't think it's much better back down here either. You got Tommy Paul will play Pedro Martinez. Otto Vertinen will play Purcell. Zizou Bergs will play Arthur Cazzo. Jakub Mensik will play Bublik. Navoni will play Sonigo. Bautista Agut will play Martyrer. Hopfer will play Fonini. And Bolt will play Rude. I mean,
I really wish I could get somebody in that bottom 8 in that root section, but like there's just nobody else good to choose.
There's no one. Like if this guy was Greek Sport, for example, not Navoni,
yeah.
right? Like that's a guy you probably.
It's actually hilarious because like Navoni, like first of all, you got to give Navoni credit. It's amazing. He's the first player to ever be seeded in his Grand Slam debut.
Yeah.
However, the guy only does clay. Like he's so one-dimensional and like he's one of the 10 probably worst players in this draw.
I'll say so. We'll talk about that match with Sonigo because I have a play there. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah. I love Tommy Paul here, and that's actually a play I put for futures. I have Paul at plus 650 to win the quarter.
Yeah, me too. That's the same play I have here.
I just have like relative to, I mean, Alcaraz is by far and away the favorite, but like if Paul doesn't get to the quarterfinal here, something is wrong. Unless Bublik just goes
No, I mean Bublik could beat him, right? Like the problem with Bublik is like he really hasn't been good the past couple weeks.
And I think he's hurt, kind of, right?
That very well could be, and he might just be like, you know, he definitely he says he plays for money, right? So like he very well may have just shown up to these tournaments to cash his first round paychecks. Like
very true. Yeah. That being said, if he gets to like the 3rd or 4th round or something, or plays Paul, he's probably more dangerous in that spot than he would be if he played Paul in the 1st round. Because like in the 1st round, if he's down a set, he's 1st round prize money, good enough, right? But then as the money goes higher, right, exponentially, you know, he might dig in a little bit.
I actually disagree. I think it's the opposite reason. Like The problem is if he makes it through a couple rounds, it means he probably is invested. And then like, I'm not saying financial, but he's probably like, okay, I feel decent enough physically. Like, I like this is a week that that I should go for it. Like, or so like if he, yeah, I mean like. If you're telling me, Paul, you're hoping that Bublik, I mean, Bublik is the really scary guy here, and you're hoping he just calls it a day early against Mensik.
Yeah, I mean, I actually played him as a futures at, I think it was 50-1 to win the quarter, just because the quarter is so easy besides Paul and Alcaraz.
Bublik is up to 50-1 now to win the quarter. Yeah,
Oh,
20. That's
it's 20.
yeah. I can't get with Bublik at 20.
What did I play that? Did I play that 50? No, I played at 20. I
Yeah, I
thought
can't get with it
I
at
played
20.
someone else at 50-1 to win the quarter.
Okay.
Not Bublik. It's just a sprinkle. It's half a unit. It's
I
just
can't criticize it that much. It is 20-1, and like I get why, right? He certainly has the talent. I just think
draw
like
is so weak. Besides two guys, and like Paul is
yeah.
still a question mark. It's not like Paul is this juggernaut.
No,
You
no.
know.
But like Bublik's got to show up for for his first three matches, and he's probably gonna have to beat Tommy Paul. He's gonna have to beat Carlos Alcaraz, and to me, that's
A lot to
like the
ask.
problem. Like the problem with that is like the showing up for the first three matches is really in doubt.
Good point. Good point. I still think that even though like he's 20-1, I think the chances that he wins the quarter is higher than Thompson.
It's higher than Humbert. It's way higher than Casper Ruud. I mean, Casper was just there because he's ranked. He's got a high ATP rank,
Right.
but
Yeah. Agreed. So my favorite play, my favorite futures play of all of these is where is it? Where is it? Um Tommy Paul to go further than Medvedev at plus 115.
I
That's
didn't see that when I was going through it, but I'll be on that for sure. I agree.
that's my favorite play of the entire like futures
Yeah,
board.
I agree. I agree. Yeah,
Given the draw, given like form coming in,
I
like
agree.
all of the above. So like that is that GBM for you?
Sure.
Okay. All right,
Yeah, we can
nice.
make the GBM. That's fine.
Yeah, I like that. All right. Anything else in the top half of the draw? Like who, if you had to pick one of the two guys to make the final, like gun to head, would you play Alcaraz or Sinner?
Alcaraz. And it's not that hard of a call for me because of the like this is where the draw matters, right? Because like okay, all the talk, like yes, I agree. Sinner's more likely to get upset early than Alcaraz, right? Just because like it's, I just think it's a little over. Like it's being talked about like there's like a good like these are 50. I feel like maybe I'm just misinterpreting the talk, but I feel like it's being talked about like these like as if there's a really good chance that Sinner loses early. I don't really see that happening. Um, but I mean, I think Alcaraz is certainly more likely to win his quarter than Sinner is. And then I think that, I don't like, do I think that Sinner's a better pure player than Alcaraz? Sure, but Alcaraz has the physicality edge. So they kind of balance out.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And it's not like either of those gaps is that massive. Like I'm not saying Sinner's a way better player than Alcaraz. I'm just saying I think there's a gap, and I think is like in a one set shootout at like an
Sinner.
exhibition, in a one set exhibition shootout where both players were going all out to win, I would take Sinner on any surface.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, best of five in the semifinals after 4 rounds of a tournament have been played, or 5 rounds of a tournament have been played, is much different animal.
Right. Right. Yeah. I agree. I agree there. So let's go to the next to the bottom half of the draw. So the third quarter, you have Rublev. He'll play Kumasana in the first round. Coria will play Adam Walton. Oh, Jesus. Darderi will play Choinsky. Lestien will play Musetti. Korda will play Fokina. Nishioka will play Borges. Rusevori will play McDonald. And Daniel will play Tsitsipas. Talk about another weak little section here. I mean, um, I don't know.
I actually kind of disagree with you on the complaining that it's a very weak section. I think that I think quarter's a lot more live. I think quarter makes this section a little bit tougher. Fokina's a real player. Like at least he's got some talent. Like I think that little bottom area with Fokina, Quarter, and Tsitsipas, like are any of these guys gonna win the event? No, but I think they're all like real players, like compared to some of the other sections we've seen at the draw. You know, like I think that's a good
Tsitsipas is like
section.
irrelevant on grass. He's terrible on the surface. The thing is, none of these guys can really like. They don't have the weaponry to really trouble him. But that being said, I don't think he's really comfortable like moving and like hitting balls on grass either.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
He's still at least like he still has weapons and he's a good attacking player. Like when I think he does fine serving on the grass. The problem is he can't break anybody.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't. I mean, like I hear you. I just think like actually that bottom eight is pretty strong. Like that those eight are all like there's no like superstar in there, but those eight are all at least decent players. And like there's two or three pretty good players in there. I'm not saying that any of them are going to win the quarter. I'm not saying they're going to win the event, but I don't think it's that bad. But and then for Rublev, he gets a really good draw.
He does. And
I
that's
mean, the first two rounds are get right. Like Komasana, that's like we said other guys were get right guys, but like Komasana, like that is a gift.
Corey and Walton too. That's a get right spot too, right? Like he has two get right
Yeah,
spots.
yeah. And then I mean, who? I mean, what? Like Musetti, like that. You know, that's. I mean, like there, he absolutely needs to make the fourth round here, Rublev. And then if he does, like, I don't know, like, then he probably is a little more confident, and you know, you've got some interesting matches.
Yeah, if he has to play Corda in that spot or Tsitsipas. Yeah, that being said, like I don't know if Corda or Tsitsipas can really make him pay for his deficiencies, like of unable to come forward and finish points at net. Like those are guys that don't really expose
Yeah,
that
probably
weakness.
fair.
So yeah, maybe it's actually not terrible. Then we go to the bottom. Fritz will play O'Connell. Nishikori will play Rinderknecht. Kaboli will play Rinky. Dan Evans will play Alejandro Tabilo, the Mallorca champion. Draper will play Elias Ymer. Nori will play Diaz Acosta. Searle will play Giron. And Carballes Baena will play Sasha Zverev. So I guess we have to start here. We have to talk about the Draper hype. Like, I think it's way overblown. Like, I think he's good, but I don't think he's like that good. And he's getting so much respect from the books. Like, I'm gonna fade that angle.
Good player,
Yeah.
physicality. I don't trust that he can win 5 best-of-5 matches.
No, and he complained about how like tired he was after Stuttgart. Like,
And mentally tired, which is
yeah.
concerning. Like,
Yeah, I know. We thought the physical problems were enough, right?
yeah,
You add the mental problems and forget it.
I mean, but I do think that Draper's a really good player. Like, I think he's a really good tennis player. I just don't love him like in terms of betting, you know, in a slam. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Otherwise, I mean, Zverev. I mean, it's funny because like the problem is like who else? Like, this is a really fun quarter because it's really like who do you want to bet on? Because like Zverev, I think this is terrible for him. Like everything about this is wrong for him. Windy, like grass, like this is not like this is like the worst thing ever for him. You know, like I guess he's
Yeah.
lucky that he gets Baena round one, but like other than that, like yeah, this is terrible for him. Um,
So just hypothetically, if Zverev plays Draper in round three, what do you like?
Oh, I'd be all over Zverev just kind of from a physicality standpoint, right? But like, um,
According to what the futures prices look like that will probably be pretty close to a pick 'em.
yeah, I would would take Zverev pick.
Me too. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and then that top part is, I mean, that top part should be all Fritz, really.
Tabilo.
I'm
You don't think he
very
backs
low
it
on
up?
Tito. What?
I mean, how did he do in Australia after the Auckland
He
title?
lost the first round to Kovacevic. And he lost the first round to the French also.
Yeah, maybe he's not a slam guy.
Well, I don't like I think the problem is like he won the warm-up tournament the week before.
Yeah, but now that's happened twice. And like, was there really that much of a like? Should there really be that much of a Rome semifinal hangover? Like, and
I don't think it's the Rome semifinal hangover. I mean, like my theory is like for most of these like players, again, like I mean, take away the guys who are like top guys who actually like do it and like to do it, like and like a guy like Fritz, like is Fritz that excited to win his third Eastbourne title? No. Like he's a professional and he's like, and I'm sure he's happy to raise a trophy, and he's happy for the money. But like he's not like career defining achievement, Eastbourne, 3-time champion. Like, you know what I mean? Like when he looks back on his career, he probably will he'll probably barely remember it. Like, maybe if it was an American tournament or something, he would, like a hometown tournament, like something in California. But like, I don't think so. Whereas like for Tabilo, for these guys who are outside the top 20, like winning any tournament's a huge deal.
Yeah, I guess, but now like, he's picked up 2 or 3 250s and like now, he's securely in the top 30. I think now it's time to back it up, and like it's one thing if you do it once. Like I understand Adelaide going into the, that's I think that may have been his first 250 or something.
Yeah.
And backing it up is tough, but like if you've done it before, you shouldn't be making the same mistake going into another slam.
No, but you're talking
Especially when
about,
you have his
but you're
ability.
also talking about, after playing, what was it, 4 days in a row? Now he's gonna have to play, and I think he plays Monday, so it's one off. I think he plays tomorrow, so it's one off
He
day.
plays Tuesday.
Oh, they gave him a Tuesday start.
Well, it's because this is the bottom half of the
Oh,
draw.
duh, we're in the third quarter by now. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. My bad.
Mhm.
Okay, he gets 2 off days, but still, it's and there's a lot of excitement. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement for him. Still, it still is a new experience winning tournaments. I mean, it may go better than Adelaide. Evans is certainly a good opponent in round one. But yeah.
Good opponent, but mentally completely all over the place, right? Like
No, I meant a good opponent for Tabilo.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like he got a good
I know what
draw.
you mean. Yeah.
It could have been a lot worse.
Kaboli or Rinky could be tough in the second round. Like that's a very fascinating match. Whoever gets through that to play Tabilo in the second round.
Honestly, I think this entire quarter is pretty interesting. I mean, even the top part, like if Rinderknecht beats Nishikori, I actually think that versus Fritz. I mean, Fritz would win that because he just won't get broken. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting.
I'm low on that.
I think it's a very interesting quarter in general. Like because
Okay.
there's a bunch of actually really good players here, and there's no top dog.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
We can probably look at the quarter bet, the quarter.
Yeah, let's look at the quarter prices here. So we got Zverev at 275, Draper at 350, Tsitsipas at plus 550, Fritz at 6-1, Rublev at 7-1, Korda at plus 850, Musetti at 12-1, Nori at 22-1, Rinky at 25-1, Kaboli at 28-1. Fokina at 50-1, Tabilo at 50-1. I have no play here, but maybe you can talk me into something. I'm curious to see if you
There's a whole bunch of guys I looked at that I think are reasonably close to being playable.
Okay.
First one is Rublev at 7-1 because of the draw.
I was looking at that too. But
Like,
it's hard to back him in that form, though. Like, I got to see it before I believe it,
but again, like,
I'd rather see him
matches.
because, like if Rublev wins the first 2 rounds comfortably, like, how much does that price change?
Probably not much. The reason I'm not on Rublev, there's one specific reason I'm not on Rublev. I believe he's 0-10 in slam quarterfinals in his career. And for a guy like Rublev, who like, I think we can say he's probably not the most confident guy when he's on the court.
Yeah.
I don't know if he recognizes that he's 0-10, but he probably recognizes that the record's not very good in quarterfinals. He probably realizes it's a 0 in something,
Yeah.
and he probably realizes it's a 0 in a lot because he's had a lot of times in the quarters. And so I would be really afraid of that quarterfinal match just from I mean,
Good
you
point.
talk about mental game more than I do, but that's one situation where I would be pretty, that would be a huge match for Rublev, right? If he made the quarters, and I don't know that I would trust him mentally against a tough opponent,
Agreed.
in that spot. So that's what keeps me off the 7-1 there. I think Korda at 850 is theoretically okay. I just don't trust him physically, but I think that's a decent price.
Mm-hmm.
But because of what I said, the two guys I'm looking at that I might actually put a play on are the two guys at 50-1. So Tabilo and Yaron. I just talked up why I don't like Yaron in this tournament, but like he has the talent, and it's 50-1.
I can't get there because like he has to play Zverev in the second round and then Draper in the third, to play Fritz in the fourth, to play Rublev or Tsitsipas in the quarter. Like that's brutal.
Yeah, I think you're talking about that
Like
successfully.
I need 100-1. It's Marcos Giron, who's not like, he's not the best mentally either.
Oh, fair. Yeah, I didn't think. Yeah. That's a good call on Giron. It's just but like Zverev again, like it's grass and it's windy, so that's not as bad as you think. And that match will be on that Thursday, which is supposed to be super windy, so that's not as terrible as you think. Draper, I don't know, maybe I guess that would be a problem. You're right. It's a tough draw.
I guess Giron, I'm sorry, not Giron, Tabilo at 50-1. Like he's just a really good tennis player, as we talk about. Like talent wise, he's so much better than Rinderknecht, Darderi, Kaboli. Maybe not. I'm high on Kaboli, but like Rinky is 25-1 and Tabilo is 50-1. Like that makes no sense to me. Like, how is Darderi, who's played like 2 grass court matches in his career, 28-1 and Tabilo 50-1? How is Rinderknecht 40-1?
I mean, the answer is if you're taking like, I'm pretty sure he's gonna flame out, but at 50-1 it becomes appetizing. It's one of those things where like, I think the way the usually this is priced up is like basically they kind of take the percentage chance that the player wins each match and multiply that together, right? And then that determines like what their kind of like true price should be, and then you add in the vig, and then you get to your
right.
But in this case, in my mind, this almost doesn't work because like if Tabilo is fatigued, whether it be physically or mentally, there's like a 0% chance he advances. But if he's not, like if he's good to go and he wants to make and not he wants to make a run, but if he's physically and mentally fit to make a run here, like like imagine he didn't play last week, right? But came in with that same level of confidence. Like imagine he won like, I don't know, like Stuttgart instead of imagine he won Stuttgart instead of
Week before,
the week
yeah,
before, like would he feel like
probably be 10-1.
right, and so like I don't think I mean I don't like it's probably gonna flame because to be looks I don't have confidence. But I'm looking at it because it's 50-1. Like just because it's that 50-1, that price just looks really.
To me, it's just that he's priced way lower than some of the guys that should be placed at 50-1. Like Rinky, I understand he's a decent grass court player, but like best of 5 with his limited weapons, like there's no reason why he should be 25-1 to win a quarter.
Right, and the problem is he's gonna have to beat a top 20. Like for Rinky, he's gonna have to beat a top 20 guy or two to get there, to get to the quarter. And I don't see how he does that.
Exactly.
He's just so limited. Like if he has to beat 2 top 20 guys back to back, that seems really hard.
But Tabilo has the weapons to do that.
I mean, yeah, like as a player, Tabilo is he's right there. Like, like as a player, Tabelo's better than anybody else who's not, 20-1 or lower to win this quarter.
Hmm.
Um,
But like, just say he gets through Evans, then like Kabuli or Rinky, I mean, that's a tough match, but like, he could get through that. And say if he gets through that, Fritz has shown that he's not that great on return, even though he won Eastbourne. Like he struggled actually in Queens. What lost to Thompson pretty easily, right? Like four.
right. Yeah, I think 4-4, 4-3. I mean, that's the whole
Yeah.
point, right? Like if he's mentally and physically like good to go,
Right.
like
It's a great look. And then like say he plays Draper in the, say Draper finds a way to get through Zverev, it's probably going to be 4 or 5 sets. He's going to be gassed, right? Then the British media is going to be all over him. So that's
I
going to
mean, but
take
but
sap
the
energy
question is like, do you
mentally.
even need all that? Like if Tabilo, like the question is Tabilo mentally like and physically fit and good to go? Because like I think just as a pure tennis player, he's good enough to beat anybody in this quarter.
I
Not
agree.
saying he will or he would do it the majority of the time, but I think he's got a chance.
I'm gonna play it. It's 50-1. I think we gotta roll the dice with our guy.
Yeah,
Chi
yeah.
say it. Chi le chile
Chi chi
chile.
chi, le, viva Chile! Yeah, definitely. If we get that through a few rounds, we'll definitely be yelling that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We yelled it a lot this week, but all right, I'll play that. That's good. All right. Yeah, I guess from like a betting perspective, that third quarter is very interesting. Like none of these guys can win the title, but just that quarter is fun.
Yeah, and I think like
By
I mean
itself.
I could see an argument for putting a bet on a bunch of different guys there. It's why I'd rather go deeper down the board because I think like all of those guys have flaws.
Yes.
Those top six guys.
Right. All right. So the last quarter, we got Hubie Hurkacz, the number 7 seed. He'll play Radu Albot in qualifier. Arthur Feast will play Dominic Stricker. You got Andy Murray, who I'm not sure is going to play. He probably will strap it up and give it a go. He'll play Machak. Roman Safulin will play Cerundolo. FAA will play Kokonakis. Lucas Pui will play Laszlo Giri. Jaime Munar will play Billy Harris, and James Duckworth will play De Minaur. So I really think Hubie and De Minaur are on a collision course here. Like I can't really see too many guys beating them.
Yeah, and I think so. I guess we can go through the top half first. I mean, yeah, I just don't see anybody in that top part on grass. Like, I mean, maybe Saflin. Saflin could be kind of scary. Honestly, there's honestly like a lot of guys. I mean, like with how Hubie plays, a lot of guys up here could be scary. I actually think this is like a
The problem is who can break Hubie, right? Like, so if you're gonna beat Hubie, you're gonna have to beat him in tie breaks. So you're
yeah,
also gonna have to
probably.
manufacture 6 holds. Like, that's the thing. I mean, like Hubie can lose, right? Because he's not a good returner, but at the same time, you have to manufacture 6 holds against him because how
Yeah.
are you gonna
Yep.
break him? And like I don't see guys doing that. Like I think Feast is just too volatile, right? Like he has the serve and the weapons, like, but in a tiebreak in a tight moment, I trust Hubie to make more balls, you know?
Yeah, and I'm not high on Stricker.
No.
Murray's done. McCotch, I don't really love.
That
He's too slap happy.
slap happy, but he has a good game for grass. Like I know he lost first round in what was it, London, right? When we had a
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I hear you, but I'm not as high there. I think Saflin again. I mean, like, could be live. Like, could he smack enough balls to break? Like, if he misses a few first serves, maybe. I'm not really big on Sarandolo.
I mean, he had a great run here last year, Roman, but like he also had a great 3 months, right? From
Yeah,
Wimbledon.
and he hasn't really matched it since
No, he
like this
has
year. It's been kind of a rough first half of the year for him.
has.
Um, And then
So,
this bottom section on the Demoner side, I actually think Demoner's got it much better to advance. Like, I don't know. I can't see any of these guys beating Demonor. Like these guys, all these guys have such inferior ground games. Like,
which is why this bet is one of my other favorite bets of the futures that I just saw this morning. It was, where was it? Demonor to advance further than Draper, minus 115.
gotta think about that one. Who does Draper play in the third round?
Zverev.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
And you're taking away the physicality piece with Demonor. Like Draper might be a slightly better grass court player, but like there's no physical issues with Demonor.
I mean, no, for me, it's just that you're like Demonor's almost guaranteed to make the fourth round.
I agree.
Like,
And then
he's
against
just too much
Yuki,
better off the ground than any of these other guys. It's just it's just not a good matchup.
right. And then if he plays Hubie in the fourth round, where do you put the odds there? Or
I
where
think it's pretty close to pick.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Because the problem is, could Demon maybe generate a break? Sure, but Hubie actually probably could break Demon or two.
Right. Right. Yeah. Then the bottom half is Holger Rune will play Sun Wukong. Paul Jubb will play Seaboth Wilch. Quentin Halys will play Chris Eubanks. Karatsev will play Kachanov, Battle of the Two Russians. Echeverry will play Nardi. Popperin will play Montero. Fernley, a wild card, will play Moro Kanyas. And Kopriva will play Djokovic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, for grass, I mean, this draw is so poor.
It's
This
terrible.
section, like, to me, there's three interesting dudes here, maybe four, um, maybe five. So obviously Djokovic, who knows? He's a huge wild card, but pretty good chance. Rune, if he can find his way through the easier matches, like he plays Djokovic pretty tough.
He does. If he gets there, that's a tough match for Novak. But yeah,
Yeah.
the question is, does he get there?
Yeah. And then Halys is playing better again, and Halys took a set. Halys took the first set from Sinner here last year. Like Halys on grass with that serve, he qualified, but he's I think he actually even made a comment that he's playing well again. Finally, I think he had like some knee issues or something, and he's like, "Oh, I finally feel better again." You know, so maybe. And then either Karatsev or Kachanov, whoever wins that, like especially if it's, I think Karatsev could be legit here too.
But Kachanov has had a really rough go recently.
Yeah, I know. It's just because he's just a generally good tennis player.
Yeah. Lost to Korda and Queens, but it was close. Lost to Vukic and Den Bosch. That two set to love he could, lead. He lost to Kovalik. Lost to Tabilo 6-6. So I mean, maybe that French Open loss is putting a stain on Kachanov's resume. Maybe he hasn't been like that bad, I guess.
I mean, no, he has not been his normal self.
Yeah.
I completely agree. He hasn't been good. He has not been his normal self. But like, given that I think this section's pretty weak, I still think he's interesting. Like, I think the section being weak makes him relevant, not more, like not because I think he's particularly great.
Right. I mean, we talked about how Rublev has a couple get right spots. Like I think Djokovic has what, 3 get right spots?
Yeah. Vic Kopriva is one of the worst players, probably one of the 5 worst players in this draw on grass.
Yeah.
Fairly Moro Kanyas aren't that bad, but I don't see them beating Djokovic. Popper, I think, is pretty overrated on grass. He just too big of a swing path and too sloppy, too many errors. And everybody else there is like a known grass court failure.
And like,
I mean, the scare would be Holger. If Holger makes the 4th round, that would be the scare for Djokovic.
That's scary. Yeah. But how many roadblocks does Rune have? Like Quan can potentially.
I mean, I think it's just that third round. I mean, he'll beat Quan. I think maybe not. He should beat Quan though, and he really should beat Jubber or Steve.
Rune has also been better in slams. Like I feel like, he needs the 5 sets because he can just throw away a set here or there, and like in best of 3 that doesn't work. But in best of 5, I think he's a better best of 5 player than best of 3 player.
Yeah.
And the thing with Rune is he just doesn't give a shit. Like it doesn't matter who's on the other side of the net, really.
Well, that's the thing, right? Exactly. He plays the same way regardless. So yeah.
Yeah. So quarter prices here. So
yeah.
Djokovic minus 165, Hubie plus 350, de Minaur plus 550, Rune plus 850, FAA 18-1, Kachanov 20-1, Feast 33-1, Roman 40-1, Poppy 50-1, Mahak 50-1. You have anything here?
I love Demon here at 550. I actually happened to make the final at 15 instead, but that's my pick here. Yeah, I'm not high on Djokovic. I mean, there's the knee, and even if you think the knee's okay, like he still has been crap for 6 months now, so I'm not high on him. I prefer Demon's 550 over Hubie's 350 for sure. And then don't really think anybody else here is a great look. I mean, I just don't like. Yeah. I know you have Makac at 50-1, right? That's your play here.
I do. I mean, I'm higher on him than most guys are. Like my logic was that he placed Djokovic tough. He beat him in Geneva. Like it's 50-1, so I think it's worth a stab. I'm not saying I would play it at 20-1 by any means, but like, I mean, he has the game that suits the surface for sure.
Yeah.
And if he can slap enough balls in the court, he's dangerous.
I hear you. I get the logic.
Yeah, and I think he's better than Feast, Roman, Poppy, probably Kachanov at this point, and FAA. So I think like he should be 5th favorite. So I think it's a misprice.
Maybe. The issue I have with Makac, I like, unlike Tabilo, who like if he's mentally and physically there should be good. Like Makac could be like any given day, right? Like Makac could play good and the next day he come out and play bad. Like he's just volatile like that too, day to day, and so that's why I don't like it. But I get the logic. Like I think there are much worse picks you could make, but like I think FA would be a way worse pick, for instance. So I don't hate the idea of the pick. I just don't like the particular player. Not in a quarters future sense. Like he might be better on like not even a rollover, but more of like a day to day kind of thing, for me.
Yeah. But I'm thinking about de Minaur. He's been good this year, but like that loss in to Musetti and Queens kind of puts a stain on it. Like if I didn't see that.
Yeah, but he won the 250 the week before, and now he's had 2 weeks off. Like I'm not worried about that at all. Very explainable in my mind.
So you have de Minaur to make the final at 14-1. Because the third quarter would be what's Zverev, Draper,
Fritz.
Yeah. He played Hubie in the 4th round and Djokovic in the quarters. See, I am worried a little. Like if Djokovic finds his form, like I'd like it better if he had to play Djokovic in the 4th round as opposed to the quarters. No. I always worry with Djokovic. Like, does he find his form late in the event?
Yeah.
And if he does, de Minaur has no shot.
I hear you. I mean, that is the concern, right? I just don't think that form exists. Like, I mean, I guess it does because it did at one point, but like, yeah, I think it's very unlikely. So I'm not worried about that particular aspect.
I mean, the fact that de Minaur is 14 and Draper is 10 is a joke. Like the Draper is so overhyped. It's insane to me.
I believe so as well. Yeah,
Insane.
I think. Well, I just think don't think the physicality concern is being taken into account, and I think it needs to be.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna hit it too. It's good. It's good. It's a weak half, right? So to back him, I mean, what is Demon to win the event? Because then you can
28.
like,
That's the. I don't like it at all. Not
uh,
like that. That's the misprice. Is there's no reason or 25. Like there's no way that Demon is 60% to win the final if he makes it.
right, right.
Like
Yeah. Okay. Any other futures plays here that you got?
no, that's all. I mean, I need to. I'm gonna look at some of those specials, like the games and the set specials and things like that. Like I think those were kind of cool, and some of these player to reach rounds. But like I did all my like prep for the futures yesterday, and so I don't have any
Hmm.
like. It's hard for me to like. I think these are really tough to do on the spot. There's just a lot to think about.
It is. But you do like the Paul to make it further than Medvedev,
Yeah,
right?
that I like. That I like.
Yeah, I mean, if this was flip-flopped, I would have liked it, Hubie, to make it further than Zverev, but uh, not really. Anything else?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, there's
I like Hubie to play Djokovic at plus 225. I think that like I understand we like Demonor, but like I still think that that's a 50-50 match.
yeah.
And then the fact that Djokovic's draw is so easy and there's a chance that Rune loses before the fourth round, like I think the chances that Djokovic makes a quarter is
I actually think I actually don't. I think there's too many stumbling blocks there. Like,
okay.
yeah, and he would have to beat Demon or likely.
Likely, yeah. But I think that the chances that the Hubie Demonor match happens is quite high.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's probably a 50-50 match. So
I just don't like. I don't like either guy on this. Like Novak, you've got a lot of issues between the knee and the form, and
mhm.
then Hubie just plays too many close matches to get really excited about backing him to advance this far at these low prices.
Okay. Winning half, can't really get there.
Yeah, I can't get that. I don't like either side of that. I think
Yeah.
the winning quarter, I think, is kind of silly to be honest.
Well, like Alcaraz, what's his price to win the event? Isn't it plus 225 to begin with?
Yeah,
So it's like, I guess at that point, just play the second quarter,
yeah.
right? Because he's really the only guy in that quarter that can win the event.
Yeah, that's probably true.
This is probably the stupidest bet I think of the
Yeah,
entire.
I think. Oh, especially at Wimbledon where there's so many chances to tie breaks. Yeah, I think that's a terrible bet.
I need 100 to 1 to play that.
Yeah, it's probably a fair statement.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So that's so what's the list of guys that can win the event? Is it two for you?
I mean, I'll go with five. I'll go with six. Sinner, Alcaraz, the obvious ones, and then there's like four guys who I think are like double digit but chance to win, and that's Djokovic if he magically finds the form. Zverev just because of his overall athletic, like tennis skill and athletic ability. Yeah, I think Zverev is like I have no interest at 16. Like he'd have to be down like the 40 to 50 range, but I think there's like some sort of minuscule chance he wins. And then Hubie and Demon, I think, are semi live here.
Okay.
I mean, I would need better prices than what's on. I mean, Demon's 25 is probably not bad to be honest. Um, I actually do think that he I think that's actually yeah. I mean, I think he could. Um, there's a world where he could. I mean, I think there's a decent chance he makes the final.
Hmm.
And there's a world where either Sinner and Zverev knock each other, or not Sinner Zverev, Alcaraz and Zverev knock each other out, and then somehow, I don't know, or Demon beats one of them, like happens some minuscule percentage of chance. Like I said, I don't have a play on the outright. I think the only two guys with a really good chance are Sinner and Alcaraz, but those prices just aren't great. Like to win 7 matches in a row, including having to probably beat the other one.
Right.
Um, So
Yeah, I really think it's a two person list, and like for me the only guy that can win if Djokovic like magically finds his form. Like that's it.
okay,
So I think it's like 2.5.
fair. Yeah, I mean, I think there's two, and I mean that's why it's priced the way it is. Like there's 2.5 who have a really live chance, and those other three guys I
Right.
mentioned are probably like in the 40 to 50.
Hey, it's better than last year's Wimbledon when it was only two, right? Like it was really only Alcaraz and Djokovic.
That is true.
Oh,
That's true.
yeah, should be a good event. All
All
right, so
right.
we'll take a
Well,
quick break and
yep.
then we will get into our fun little activity.
Sounds good.
All right, welcome back to the show, everyone. So we're gonna do a fun activity now that we usually do for slams. I don't think we did it for the French this year, but we like to do it. So different stats we kind of pay attention to, stats that we think are important, and I think for Wimbledon this fits perfectly. So the stat we're gonna be looking at is number of net points won.
Yep.
I think last year we did like second serve percentage points won or something like that.
We did a second serve. Well, I don't know. I think we did aces.
Oh, Wimbledon we did aces. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. French Open we did second serve
Yep.
points won. So for this Wimbledon we're gonna do total net points won. So we think it's better than percentage because we can factor in draw. Factor in how many times a guy's gonna come into the net. And like the way they judge this stat is like it's not necessarily you have to be at the net. It's like approaching to the net counts as a
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
right? So you don't have to hit a volley or an overhead, right?
I think you might have to. It's a weird. I think you might have to. I can't ever remember exactly how they calculate it, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's going to be snake draft style.
Yep.
Um, so we'll have you go first, and I'll get 2 and 3, and then you get 4, and
All
I'll
right.
get 4 and 5.
I'm gonna go with Alcaraz.
Okay.
I don't think that was particularly hard.
It's not that hard. Yeah. Um. Hmm. So I'm gonna go with Sinner,
Okay.
my number 2 pick, just because like I think he's gonna go far into the tournament. You have more matches. And my third pick is gonna be I'm gonna go Dimitrov.
Okay.
All right, so you get the next two.
Yep. I'm going Hubie,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go. This just gets you. Uh, Demoner. Two guys out of the fourth quarter.
I got two guys in the first quarter. It gets tough fast.
Yeah. Who was your second pick again?
Dimitrov.
Dimitrov, right.
Um, so my next pick is gonna be Sissipas.
All right.
I hate backing the guy on grass, but like, we're not equating counting matches won, we're counting net points
That
won.
points one, yeah.
So yeah. And then hmm. I don't know if I should go there that early or wait. I think I'm gonna go Taylor Fritz as my next pick.
Okay.
All right, you get the next two.
Yeah. Um. I'm gonna go with Tommy Paul.
Okay. I think that's
And
yeah, it's a good pick. Mariana Navoni.
yeah, I wish. Let's go Struff.
Okay.
It gets tough fast.
It does. No doubt. My next pick is going to be Holger Rune.
All right, I like Holger Rune.
And then my next pick is going to be Nico Yari. A little bit of a risk given that he's a dog in the first match, but if he gets to
Yeah.
do that, then I like that pick. Like, and that's so I got 6, you got 5.
Mm.
Oh crap! Such an idiot. I'd be shocked if you don't take this guy next. Shocked. I'm actually really. I feel really dumb for not taking him in the last 2 picks. And if someone's listening to the pod, probably going to call us out on it.
Yeah. Um. Now I feel now I feel like it's like there's an answer to the question. I have to like solve the puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's somebody I'm missing. I'll go with Djokovic.
Ah, that's the guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
At some point, right?
Yeah.
And then uh,
I want to pick Berrettini, but like he plays center for a second.
yeah.
It's like
Let's go Grigspor.
okay, good pick. It's good. So my next 2 picks are gonna be. I'm gonna go Corda
Okay.
and Zverev,
Okay.
and you got 2 more, and I
I have
got
one more.
one more. Wait, I got yeah, I got
I have
8.
Alcaraz, Hubie, Demon, Paul, Struff, Djokovic, and Grigspor.
I got center Dimitrov, Tsitsipas, Fritz, Rune, Yari, Corda, and Zverev.
Yep. So this is the last pick of the draft. I'm gonna go with a guy who is he's kind of like the John Isner of rushing the net. Max Purcell.
Okay.
Like he won't get more than 2 matches, but if I get 2 matches out of Purcell, I feel like that's like 4 matches of like somebody else.
Fair. Who are some honorable mentions? Tabilo, I was thinking about. I was thinking about Thomas Machak. That was a one that I was thinking about. Billy Harris.
Okay.
It's an honorable mention. Hollis or Eubanks. They were kind of on the radar. I was thinking about it, but I was like, I don't think they're gonna. It's a pick
The
'em,
problem is they finish too many points with the serve.
right? Um, I mean Berrettini because like Vucevic, and then if Sinner's a long match and you get 2 matches out of him, like I mean he was on the radar.
Yeah.
I think Griekspoor is slightly better because he should get through 2 matches.
Yeah, Berrettini was on my thought list. I have Fokina on my thought list. Not too many others, to be honest. Like
mhm.
it was
Thompson.
I mean he gets in a little bit, but I don't know, like to me it seems like the problem of like if you mix all the problems of all like I mean, like he doesn't put it in the net enough, he probably won't go far enough. Like it's I don't know, it's like he's
Yeah.
like a bad mix of everybody.
I slightly like. I mean, I think they're pretty even teams. I think you probably open as a minus like 130 favorite. I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty close though. It's
But
pretty
yeah,
close. Like they're pretty even.
yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to keep
Yeah,
track
it'll
of.
be fun to track. It'll be fun to track
What's
for sure.
the what does the loser have to do?
Oh, I don't
Let's do
know.
something more fun than just a dinner bet. Let's increase the stakes a little bit.
Yeah, or having something fun. I don't know. Maybe the all right, so the loser has to wear a hat designed by the winner for a
Okay.
podcast.
Wear a hat.
Yeah, a hat, like a cap, like a baseball cap,
Okay.
designed by the winner. That way something's like viewable on the pod. I was gonna say a shirt, but a shirt you can't see on the pod.
So like something embarrassing or something or
It can be whatever the person wants, right? Like nothing insane, right? Because they have to wear it on the podcast, but like, like something, you know,
okay. All right, sounds good. Has to wear something on the pod that yeah.
yeah.
All right, will be a fun activity to keep track of. So let's get right into the first round matches.
Yep.
Special guest hasn't responded yet, but if he does at any point during our round 1 preview, we will take a quick break and have him join. So
Yeah.
and we'll just continue where we left off because I'm sure he'll have plenty to say.
Yep.
So all right, let's get right into it here. All right. So 64 matches. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's do this.
Yep.
We'll start here. Alex Bolt and Casper Ruud. Ruud is a 4-game favorite, minus 275 on the money line. Bolt is plus 220, over under 39 and a half. I have a couple plays here. Curious to see what you have to say first, though.
The market's really reset this. I should have hit this when it was I saw it at 300. I would have been on Bolt money line at 300. At 220, I'm no longer interested. 4 games for Bolt, maybe. I might still be on that. That's still something I'm thinking about, but that's at this point I'm pretty much down to maybe that. I'm a little, and I probably won't hit that. I got to think about it. I was a lot more excited when I saw one of the money line was at 290. I think now the market's gotten this pretty moved
Pretty right.
pretty close. Yeah, back into place.
Yeah. I like the 4 game. I mean, I like it way more at 4.5, but I'm still probably gonna hit the +4. I actually like 4 sets if you can get that somewhere at like plus 180 or something like that, because like I think Rude still wins this, honestly. He played Laurent locally in the first round last year. And he won in 4 sets as well. So like, because he's a way better player than Bolt, but like I don't know how much he's practiced. I don't, like he should still find a way here, right? Because Bolt is like clearly challenger level. So I can't really say I like the Bolt money line. If I'm playing something Bolt in terms of him to win something, I would probably take the first set at plus 170.
Okay.
And another bet I really like here, it's not on this book, but I saw it on a different book, is no tiebreak at plus 225.
That seems really good.
So I'm gonna be on that too.
That seems really good.
Yeah. Because also like Rude is both, I mean, Bolt is serve oriented, but like
I don't think he's that extreme though. I mean, like, and it's really funny because, like, so watching Bolt, the couple times I've watched Bolt, I agree, but then his stats don't seem super serve oriented. So,
okay. Last year at Wimbledon, Rude, like when he played Liam Brody in the second round, none of those sets were tie breaks. 6-4, 3-6,
yeah,
4-6,
yep,
6-3, 6 love. Um, when he played locally, it was 6-1, 7-5, 4-6, 3-6. So yeah, I don't think this is going to be a very serve oriented match. So I like
yeah.
that.
I think it's a good look. I think the no tiebreaks is a really good look.
Mm-hmm. So I'm definitely playing the no tiebreak one, and I'm probably gonna take the +4 and or the +170. I'll take one of those. I don't want to go too heavy. But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like the over 3.5 sets as a parlay piece. That's another one I really like here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't like that one as much with this match because, like, I don't know, Ruch is such a better player as a tennis player that, like, if he's actually like good to go, then like this could, like, Ruch's just a
But
better player.
but stylistically, it could be a tough matchup for Bolt because like he's a lefty, right? So swinger out wide to the backhand,
Yeah,
forehand cross court. So yeah, I don't know. But is Rude pulling a Bublik here and is just here for the prize money?
I mean, he said his goal was to win 2 matches. That seems like a pretty weak goal to be when you're a top 10 player and an 8 seed. Like,
This week, yeah.
you know,
All right, next match we got Borna Koric and Meligeni Rodriguez Alves. Koric is a 3-game favorite, -165 on the money line. Over under 40.5. Alves is +135. I'm on the Alves money line here at +135. I'm on a hard Koric fade right now. He's been awful. Alves qualified, right? He beat Cressy in the last match.
this I hear you, but like, it's only what, 4 months ago that Koric was in the finals of a 250 and up a set, like, and it was a pretty good 250, pretty decent field. Like, I just can't. I don't know. And now, like, you're gonna take a challenger level guy at +135 in a best of 5, who's not even really like. I don't think Malahani Alves is bad on grass, but he certainly doesn't play it very much. I think his game suits it fine, but yeah, I'm a pass here.
what about the over 3.5 sets as a parlay piece?
That's probably the best thing in this match, but I don't particularly love it. I don't, I mean, like, yeah. I understand why you like it, but I think it's okay. Like,
I mean, Koric lost his last 2 matches to Kasnikowski, and this is also his first match on grass this season. Um, and he lost to Kasnikowski, and I think in a challenger in Sasalusa, he lost to Fikovic.
yeah, I mean, I have no interest in getting with Coric here. I don't know, man. I can't really get with Alves either. I think that for me, Coric, I don't know. He hasn't really done anything recently. He's been terrible. You're right, but I don't know, man. Like, that still is at the ATP level for the most part, and um, Alves isn't ATP level, so yeah, that's kind of my take
And
there.
also, Koric is 1-6 in his career at Wimbledon.
That's interesting.
His
That I
only
didn't
win
realize.
is 9-7 in the fifth to Sergei Stakhovsky in 2015 when Stakhovsky was on his way out.
It's actually really interesting.
His losses were to Guido Pella last year as a, I think that was like his first match of the year as a guy ranked 308. Maybe he played a few clay court matches before that.
Yeah.
Lost to Medvedev, which, okay, no shame, and lost to Ryan Harrison in straight sets in 2017. That's not good. Lost
Yeah,
to
but so much of this is old data, right? Like since I mean, the problem is that Korch is, he's been so injured, it's been hard for him to play. He's got one Wimbledon in the past 5 years he's actually even played in. I'm kind of downplaying the career record there. I could see Korch losing this match. Otherwise, I would bet out. I would be all over Alve, or otherwise I'd be all over Korch. It's not that big of a spread or money line, but
yeah.
I don't really want to touch this.
Okay.
But I get the bet. I just don't. I don't. I'll
It's
stay
not
away.
a crazy play, but like,
Yeah.
it's a hard core fade, and that's probably the match I think is most likely to go over 3.5.
Okay.
The entire slate. So like, I love that as a parlay piece.
Interesting.
I just can't see how either of those guys win or like kind of win comfortably. Just like,
Yeah.
no, barring injury. Next match is Garin against Junchen Shang. Garin is a -105 dog, slight dog. -115 for Shang. Spread 0, and the over/under is 40. My play here is the 5-set line at, where was it? It's not up anymore, but I got it at plus 230. It's hard for me to pick a side here. I think Garin is slightly better physically, but I think Shang is slightly better mentally. But it's very, very slight.
Yeah, maybe. Also, I think Garin qualified, right? But Shang's probably done more this week on grass in Eastbourne than Garin's run was impressive in qualifying. But Garin's done more in his career on grass. I think pick is right here. I think that's pretty right. I think that the 5-set line is okay. I don't love the price there. I was hoping it'd be bigger than like the 230 or so. I also think what's the over 3.5 sets here as a parlay piece for you, Manny?
They took it down, but last time I saw it, let me see when I got it.
I think anything under -200 would be good there for the over 3.5 sets.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I got it -170.
Yeah, I think that would be my pick
as a parlay piece.
That's one I don't see either guy winning easily. I think this is going to be a good match.
I agree. I mean, I like the 5 sets here. And the over 3.5. Like, those are my favorite plays. I don't really want to pick a side. I think it's pretty accurate. And I could see a 6-2 sets. I don't really like the over 40 either. Like, neither of these guys have huge serves, right? So they can get broken.
Yeah.
Right? And then the 6-2 set kills that, or like it puts it in jeopardy. So I'd rather take the over plus 200 than 5 sets, All right, next match we got is Dominic Kopfer and Fabio Fognini. Kopfer is a 4-game favorite, -225 on the money line. Fognini is +185. The over/under is 38. I have nothing here. I think the line is pretty accurate. I don't really trust Fognini fitness-wise. That being said, I don't think Kopfer is that good in grass, but like I think it's pretty accurate. Maybe
I really like Fognini set one money line here, +140. Shorten the finish line. But I don't think that like Fognini. I think Fognini first round of tournaments is fine. Like I don't think like he's it's a slam, so he should be fired up. I think he's a pretty similar player in terms of level to Kopfer. I don't think there's that much of a difference. Like I think Fognini, like he doesn't play that much on grass, but he's a better grass player than I think he had some decent runs early in his career on grass. Yeah, I don't think there's a huge difference between these guys. I like Fognini here. I even think Fognini, the match money line at 185 could be okay too, but I'll take the 140 for the first set.
Kind of talked me into it. Let me look at Fonini's results at Wimbledon. 16 and 13 for his career. Last year he lost, or well, 2 years ago he didn't play last year, but 2 years ago he played Greek Sport in the first round, won the first set, and then lost the next three. So that fits your argument. Against Rublev, or in 2021 he made third round, beat Ramos and Giri, two clay guys, and then lost to Rublev in four, which is no shame in that. Beat Tiafoe here in 2019. Beat Fucsovics as well in 5 sets.
Yeah. I don't think Fognini's really playing like he's that old of a player. Like he still is scrapping out, some wins here and there. Like
He's always played like an old player. He'd always
that's true. And then I also think I think the bigger issue that comes up for these older guys is second and third rounds of tournaments when they have to come back.
You know what? You're talking me into it. And Kopfer on grass.
He's okay. I mean, I just think this is a pretty big spread.
I don't really want to play the spread either because Fonini, I think the spread is kind of irrelevant here because Fonini can tank a set 6-1.
I agree.
Let me see. Kopfer at Wimbledon, 5-5 in his career. Lost last year to Oscar Ote in straight sets. That's not good. Lost to Galan in straight sets. Lost to RBA. That's okay. Beat Kwan and Opelka. You know what? You talked me into it. I like it. I'm going to play the Fonini set 1 money line. It's not GBM just because it's Fonini, but
yeah.
I like it. All right, next match we got Dimitrov against Lajovic. Dimitrov is a 7.5 game favorite, minus 2,000 on the money line. Lajovic is 10-1, over under 30.5. I got nothing here.
Oh, I do.
Whoa. Okay.
I like I have I have Dimitrov 3-0 at minus 110.
Minus 110. You must have got this wicked early.
Yeah.
Minus 200.
Yeah, it's now run way out of place. I got yesterday when I was like, this is I went through the matches like in order of when they're being played. So I was doing some prep work I even started doing it like Friday night. I think I did it late Friday night actually is when I got it. So I got it early. But yeah, it was at one point this was minus 110. This really has nothing to do with Dimitrov. Actually, hitting Dimitrov is not that exciting to me. It has more to do with Lajovic's career record on grass is 6-24. In the past 4 years, he's 2-5. So he beat Simone in 5 sets. When Simone, I think, was retiring, or in his last year. He beat Busta. Busta retired at 1 set all. Those are his 2 wins. And then he took a set from Koinski last year. His other 4 losses are all straight set losses. So for the set of his 7 matches on grass in the past 4 years have been straight set losses. Lost in straights to Klein, Altmaier, Bublik, and then he won 1 set from Koinski. And then again, just his overall record on grass is only 6-24. So really not much going on there. I just didn't And it makes sense qualitatively. Qualitatively, his game just makes no sense for grass.
Right.
Like he's too slow. Like he's too slow. It's that wind up in the backhand's really that one hand is backhand's big. He doesn't really slice it or chip it. He really hits
Yeah.
it. He really just hits it out. Um Dimitrov's got the better serve. Dimitrov's got a much better game for grass. Yeah, I love the 3-0 here for Dimitrov that I have at -110.
I mean, and now it's not worth it at -210.
Yeah, the price has gone way out of whack, but yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm typically in first round of slams, especially, I'm against the 3-0. I just think like it's hard to straight set guys.
I don't disagree. I just
Um,
this is just such a
this
mismatch.
match. Yeah. And on grass, it's just such a big spread. I'm not disappointed in like at -110, you would talk me into it, but I can't at that price.
Yeah, I'm not saying I probably wouldn't either at -200.
Yeah. All right, next match, Struff against Marjan. Struff is a 5-game favorite, -425 on the money line. Marjan is +325, over under 39. I'm all over the Marjan money line here, +325. Like we talk about Marjan being a dog or pass guy. Like, yes, I think Struff is better than like he's probably 65-35 to win this match, but like if Marjan finds a way to redline and find his best stuff, like Stroop is going to have problems.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be hard for Martin to do it on a quick court against a guy who hits a big ball himself and plays really aggressively.
But Stroop can
But
also make errors.
he can, and that's why I have a different play here that I guess is backing Marjan. I like the over 3.5 sets. I think it was -130 last I saw it. That's my play here.
I like it too, but not that much. Like it's probably in my top 10 matches to go over 3.5 sets, but I worry about Marjan just completely going AWOL, like that could happen too. So I'd rather take a higher price on Marjan, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
I think
I
if
hear you. I
Marjan
just think it's like,
finds Hmm?
yeah.
No, go ahead.
I have a hard time seeing. I guess like Struff could just throw in a dominating performance for 3 sets, but I also think the way Struff plays, he's liable to give a break too.
Yeah. How often does Stroop go straight sets in slams?
That's a good question.
I mean, at the French, he straighted Bublik and Burachaga.
Are either of those impressive to you?
No. In Australia, he went 5 with Kecmanovic and 5 with Rinky. 7-6 in the fifth in both.
Yep.
That suits your logic. Roland Garros in 23, he went 5 with Lechka. Australia got straighted by Paul. Yeah. I mean, more often than not, he's going 4 or 5 sets.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah, I hear your point on Marathon with the money line too. I don't think it's a. I don't think it's. I think I prefer that over playing like a Struff spread or a Struff money line. I could see this going. I could see this going like the Fritz match did in Australia, where Marjan like has moments where he plays really really well and takes it to Struff, and then like has
Minus
like an
minus
extended.
130 is a pretty damn good price, though. It's not even that juiced, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
It probably is a play. It probably is a play. like minus 145, minus 150, then it's like, is it worth it? But this is it's good. It's good. All right, next match. Very interested to see your take on this. Arnaldi and Tiafoe. Arnaldi's a plus 130 dog. Um, two game, on the spread. Over under 40 and a half. Tiafoe's minus 155. I was lucky. I got Arnaldi at plus 150.
Okay.
I like that slightly better, but like I would probably still take it at plus 130. I'm on a Tiafoe fade, nothing's changed.
Yeah, again, man, like I'll keep bringing it up until the cows come home. But like, what is the update? What is Tiafoe's record year to date now? Like, he is. He's 13 and 15 with the weird retirement loss. That would be the question mark for Foe. Would be the injury. Is he? But I would think he'd be fine. I mean, it's 2 weeks later. But that would be the question mark. But yeah, I mean, on the year, if you take that slip out of the equation, he's 13 and 14. So it's not like he can't win a tennis match. Like he's playing 500 tennis. It's just so far below expectation. But I think, this line isn't indicating, at least in my mind, this line isn't saying that Tiafoe's like a top 20 player, right? Like this is, like I don't, and I think Arnaldi grasses. It can be too quick for Arnaldi, and he can make a lot of errors.
Yeah, but so can Tiafoe. And like as far as movement goes, I think Arnaldi's a better athlete now.
I agree.
Tiafoe.
I agree. I think Arnaldi's a better athlete, but I think Tiafoe's still the better server, still the better ball striker.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he's low on confidence. I think that injury is gonna kind of, get in his head a little bit.
I have no idea on that. I don't know. He's still winning tennis matches. Like, yeah. I mean, I can see your argument, right? I can see the argument, but I just think Arnaldi, like,
is this a over 3.5 set kind of parlay piece at minus 175?
I don't love that price. It's kind of like the standard 3.5 set price. It's probably still a good piece. Like, it's probably still good, but it's not. I don't know. This will probably be a good competitive match. You're probably right.
I mean, I like it way more at plus 150 than plus 130, but
Of course, yeah.
At plus 130, it's getting right to the minimum buy point. Like, I wouldn't play this at pick.
Right. So you do think Tiafoe should be favored,
but it's like 55-45. Like
okay.
It's not like this is very, very close. But at the same time, I don't like what I see. I mean, I understand like Tiafoe is still winning matches and stuff here and there, but like he's regressed so much. And like Arnaldi isn't like he's taking his tennis career seriously, and Tiafoe is not.
I don't really know that he's not taking it seriously. Like, it could just be that he's not playing well.
I think he likes his endorsements. He's already getting a nice, his bank account is filling up quite nicely. Michelle Obama came to watch one of his matches. Like, all right, next match. We got Yari and Shapovalov. Yari is a 2.5 game dog, plus 145 on the money line. Shapo's minus 175. The over-under is really, really high, 43 here. I'm all over Yari money line at plus 145. I like he's the better player mentally. He's more stable. I understand Shapo's been good here. I'm not saying like, he should be a significant dog here, but like just the Yari serve, the fact that he's done well, like he did well here last year, and the mental component, I think just makes this where it should be pick.
I think Yari's pretty close to an all quarter. Like, if the court's slow, then he has more time for his ground strokes. If the court's fast, then his serve plays up more.
Right.
And then and I don't know how much I care that Shapovalov like had good runs here back like 3-4 years ago. Like he
I
was a
mean, he
completely
did
different
well here
player
in
then.
last year. Like I think he did he lose to Roman in the fourth round or something last year?
He made it that far here last year.
Third round or fourth round, I think. Yeah, fourth round, lost to Roman in
All
fourth.
right, pretty impressive. But he beat Albot, Barrera, and Liam Brody.
That's a good point.
I don't mean.
Yeah, true, true. In Stuttgart, Chapo lost to Berrettini 4-4, barely beat Martineau. In Surbiton, he lost to Vukic 3-6. Like it's not the most impressive grass court results coming in as well. And does it really matter that Yari hasn't played since the French? Like, I mean,
It might. It might. I just don't know. It might. We'll have to see, right? Like I think Yari is actually not a bad grass court player. Like I mean, we talked about during our future segment how he did pretty well here last year himself. So I have a really hard time seeing why Chapo should be this big of a favorite. I could see pick making sense, but this much of a favorite is high for me.
mhm.
Too much for me to pass up.
I mean, the last time we saw Yari in the court was when he lost, pretty meekly to Mute at the French, right? So,
Yeah, but that might have been coming. That was coming off that Rome run, right? So maybe he was just like, I mean, it was a week later, so he should have had time to recover. But and Mute's also a weird player to play against. I wasn't surprised that Mute gave Jari a hard time. I think I actually had the over 3.5 sets. I bet something that cashed in that match because like it was a very tricky match for Yari
yeah.
the way that Mute plays.
So Yari money line will be a GBM.
Yep.
All right,
Yep.
nice. That line has been fluctuating between like 130 and 140, and it's actually the highest it's been now,
I
145.
know. Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
All right, next match is Pavel Kotov and Jordan Thompson. Kotov is a 5.5 game dog plus 325 on the money line, over under 36.5. Thompson is minus 425. I think this is pretty close to accurate.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't have anything here.
Like I don't
Like
trust.
Pavel Kotov is really not a grass quarter, but also 5.5 games is a lot of games on grass, and especially when we talk about Jordan Thompson, who is he's a good player, but he's not a great player. He's not like he's an Alcaraz or somebody, and then B or even a Dimitrov or somebody, and then B he's yeah I don't know he's not a guy also Thompson. I feel like he's not a guy I love to pick to cover spreads. Like I'd rather just pick him
Right.
to win money lines, Thompson. So and now the money line is poor. So yeah, I think Kotov's more likely. I think part of this line he was taking Kotov's pretty inexperienced on grass, and like I don't think it'll ever be his best surface, but I don't think it doesn't need to be that bad for him. He does have weapons.
He does, but he has a very big swing path on both wings, right?
That is
So
the concern. That is the concern.
yeah, yeah. This is a pure pass for me. What's the Thompson over like 19 or they just have over 20 and it's still juiced. No,
Yeah.
no, thank you. All right. Going on. So that's all the like the first matches up. So there's there are 8 matches to start the day.
Yep.
So I like a 3.5 set parlay just to like start the day off on a winning note here. I'm gonna add Bolt, Rude, Coric, Alves, Garin, Shang, Struck, Marjan, Arnaldi, Tiafo, and Yari Shapo. I think if you put like 3 or 4 of those in a over 3.5 set parlay, I think it could be a winning start.
Okay.
Any combination. I wouldn't put all 6 just because it's like that's a lot to go right, but
I
3 or
mean, it all
4.
depends on your level of like willingness to handle variance, right? Because you're also getting a lot higher reward.
Right.
But
That's true.
uh,
So let's start Wimbledon off on a winning note. Would be nice. All right, moving on. We got Monfils and Mannarino. Monfils is a 3-game favorite. Minus 185 on the money line. Mannarino's plus 155. The over-under is 39. Like if this match was in February, what would the line be?
Not much more, probably 4.5, 5. Monfils is a pretty good player.
No, I know, but like what I'm saying is Mannarino was so much better back in like February.
Oh no, you're right. Actually, it probably would be flipped. It probably would be flipped. Mannarino would probably be a slight favorite. You're probably right. Yeah,
Right?
like Mannarino's fallen, but his form has been absolutely horrid. I can't bet him at this point. But like, I also don't know the idea of backing Monfils coming off of that long run in Mallorca. So I'm a pass here.
I'm gonna lay the 3 with Monfils. I'm gonna I just think that form is so bad with Mannarino, and like I think he's breakable, so I don't think you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna play the minus 1.5 sets at minus 110. I think that's slightly better. Just because like Mannarino is struggling to win sets, let alone matches right now.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, like, I get it, right? Like, also, yeah, I mean, I understand it, right? Like, it makes sense. My fear is, like I said, it's just that I don't have a whole lot of faith in Monfils coming off a long week. But I also don't, it's almost like I don't want to. It's almost like for me, it's a pass. I'd rather not bet on either guy.
Okay.
Mannarino's form is terrible. Monfils is coming off a long week. They kind of cancel each other out.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many matches. Like you can pass on one. It's fine. Next match is Berrettini against Vucevic. Berrettini is a 5.5-game favorite, minus 600 on the money line, over under 37. Vucevic is plus 425. I'm sure we both have plays here. I absolutely love this. Is definitely GBM worthy. The over 3.5 sets here at minus 110.
I don't necessarily. I actually have no play here.
Really?
Yeah, I think the spread is pretty correct.
Even with, I mean, you talk about Berrettini's like inability to break serve very often, and like Vucevic is better in first round of slams. Like I feel like the narratives you brought up in the past with these two
I
guys.
know, ironically, right? Ironically, but like, I was looking at the 3-1 for Berrettini, but the price was just the standard 250. I don't. And I think if Vucevic's played on grass yet this year, that would be a concern to me.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, so I think that's the main reason I ended up saying. Otherwise, I'd be on Vucevic in some capacity, probably the 3-1 or the over 3.5 sets or something like that. But yeah, the no grass so far this year scares me with Vucevic.
Now Berrettini made fourth round of here last year, lost to Alcaraz, but how did he do in the first 3 rounds? Was he losing sets or was he just comfortably winning?
He lost a set to Santiago, I remember,
Yeah, the
in a
first.
tie break, and he did really poorly on return in that match. Like, yeah, I don't like.
But then he did really well on return against Demonor and Zverev in the second and third round.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Vucevic has done well here in the past, right? Didn't he make fourth round here one year?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's not. Yeah. This is a good match to talk about. I kind of wanted to talk about because I don't have a play here, but I think I think it's interesting. I just don't like. Yeah, I think it's a pretty wide spread, and I just don't think.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
I
think.
kind of like the plus 5.5. But my favorite is definitely the over 3.5 sets at minus 110.
Honestly though, like, do you really see Berrettini picking up a 6-2 set? Like, maybe the
He's just so mentally strong.
Berrettini, yeah. Yeah, he is. He is. Huge gap there.
Yeah, huge gap mentally. So I'd rather like, and like we saw this against Musetti in Stuttgart, where it's like, you know, if the other guy kind of mentally lapses, like he can pull off a lopsided set, you know.
True, yeah. And
Oh,
Fusevitz would be a threat to collapse in the later sets. Yeah. I think if you're gonna play this in a pro Fusevitz way, the first set's not a bad way to get it on it. Or the
first set
second
money
set like
line.
that better.
I'd rather play the 3.5 sets because like I can see Vucevic just kind of, you know, like once defeat is staring at him, maybe he turns it up at some point. Like he's fit enough in the first round to, you know, turn it on late. It's just the mental part, you know?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
So, and then the fact that he hasn't played since the French, like that, the first set money line is a little iffy for me. I'm gonna stick with the 3.5 at -110. That's gonna be
Okay. Yeah, I'm not think better team might just be too good. I'm not on it. Plus, I don't like the fact that Fusevitz hasn't played grass yet this year.
okay. Next match is Baez against Nakashima. So the unseeded player is a 6.5 game favorite. -650 on the money line. Baez is +450. Over under 35.5. I got nothing. I don't like laying that amount of games with Nakashima, but I think it's accurate, honestly, just because
I
Baez.
think it's accurate for sure. I think it's accurate for absolutely sure. Yeah, so I'm not on anything here. This is another boring no play for me.
And I don't want to take straight sets with Nakashima just because like the Baez's compete level. Um, you know, I'm like, okay, Nakashima is a decent player. He's improved this year, but like he's no Carlos Alcaraz, you know, like he has a lot of
Yeah.
deficiencies himself, right? So I'm not going to take him to win in straight sets either. So yeah, pure pass. Then where do we go next? We go Zhizhen Zhang against Maxime Hanvier. So Zhang is a 5.5 game favorite, -550 on the money line. Hanvier is +400, over under 36. Um, I like the Hanvier set one money line at +225. I see with Zhang, he's a pure dog or pass guy, but when he's a big favorite, I tend to back the other guy. Like he's dog or pass in both directions.
I agree with all that. I'm not on it, but I like the thought, and like that was the I was looking at Hanvier just money line, just straight up money line, but that's
It's a lot to ask for a
it
guy.
is. It is. Yeah, it is, but it's a big price. I mean, it is 4-1 if you get it to come in. Um,
Yeah.
I'm looking at something. How does Zhang do? Has Zhang cleaned up his tendencies at all against guys outside the top 100? I know he had a tendency of losing matches when he was a massive favorite.
Mm, yeah, I wonder when Zhang will stop being a dog or pass guy. Like, I wonder when he's going to get rid of that reputation.
I mean, I think he's starting to do better. I think he's starting to play smarter in rallies, at least, like from a qualitative perspective. I think he's starting to find more of the answers. Like, I think he's definitely making improvements on that end. So I don't think it's terrible. Um,
The smartest I've ever seen him play was against Hubie in Shanghai last year.
I agree. But I think in general it's gotten better. There's been a couple of matches I've seen him play pretty smart too. So I don't think it's been terrible all the time.
Yeah. So let's see Zhang's results. Mm, last 52 weeks against guys out of the top 100, he's 6-6. He lost to Martin Dam in Miami, 6-6. He lost to Nardi in Indian Wells.
Yeah, Javier on my money line might be live here.
He lost to
It's hard to say.
Domingo in Davis Cup. Guy ranked out of the top 1,000. He lost.
I know. He's just his level is so variable.
It is. It's crazy. And then even the guys he's beating, it's not that convincing. Like he lost a set to Zeppieri, lost a set to 7-6 against Montero. I mean, that was clay, so okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the grass suits Zhang pretty well too. That's the problem here.
but Janvier qualified.
Yeah.
And who did he beat in qualifying? He beat Pericard in 4, who, according to Bovada, is what's his odds to make the final?
Minus 10,000 or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
He beat Nava and Shu. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna stick with the set 1 just to lower shorten the finish line, but like I like Janvier in some capacity.
Yeah, I might take the bigger price, just taking the full match money line. That would be where I would look at it, but yeah, it's a good thought. I kind of like the way you're thinking about it.
Over 3.5 sets at -115.
No,
No.
no, I think I don't know. But I think Zhang can blow him off the court, but I think it's already baked into that line, so maybe it's an okay look. I don't know. It could be at least.
We talk about his level being so variable, right? So like if it with 3.5 sets, you only need that level to be down for a set.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, yeah.
No. All right, then we got Kovacevic against Medvedev. So they graded out, but it was an 8-game favorite for Medvedev, -5,000 for Medvedev. Kovacevic is 14-1. Over under looks like it's around 30. I love Kovacevic to win a set at +210. That's my favorite bet here. Love.
I'm not on this. I don't like this matchup that much for Kovacevic, which is why I'm not on it. Yeah, for me, I think this line is pretty right.
Yeah, but Medvedev first round of slams.
That's true. That's true.
Lost a set to Koper at the French. Lost 2 to Rusevori. And I mean, I know that was the second round, but like still lost. He also lost a set to Otmane. I think you cashed out on that one, remember?
I did, yeah, 775. Fantastic times.
Lost a set to O'Connell. I'm not counting the Balazs one in at the US Open. At Wimbledon last year, he won in straights, but it was against Arthur Ferry, I think.
No, he didn't lose a set to Ferry. He
didn't, but it's not like it's.
There was a 7-5 set in there. It was. He could have lost a set to Ferry, but he didn't. Yeah.
Who's better, Kovacevic or Ferry? Probably. I mean, you can't really compare, but like.
Oh no, Kovacevic is probably better than Ferry, but I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. I get it. I hear you.
+210 is a good number. I don't trust Medvedev on grass.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm not on it, but you might be right.
Like if this was +150, I'd be off of it. But like 210,
Yeah, you might be right.
And anytime these guys, like even like I mean, we'll get into this match more, but the Alcaraz Lahal match, like anytime a big dog is like +200 to +300 just to win a set, I think it's worth it. It's worth a stab. Like if their level drops at any point and the guy redlines and finds a purple patch for like, 3 or 4 games, like it's live,
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't play it like if Sinner was playing Baez or Sinner was playing Juan Manuel Cerundolo, but like This match, I think it's I like it a lot. I mean, I would make that GBM worthy if you wanted to. I like it that
Yeah,
much.
not on it.
But all right, next match, Shevchenko against Ugo on Bear. Shevchenko is 6.5 game dog, plus 475 on the money line. On Bear is minus 700, over under 34.5.
MP9 special. Shevchenko still on money line for me. You go for embarrassed form has not been good, but I don't know that I trust Shevchenko to keep it together for full 2.5 hours.
Bear. You might be right. That price is it's very appetizing.
Yeah.
I laid off of this initially, but like you make good points. Is MP9 on it too?
I don't think so. I think I'm going alone here, but yeah.
Ugh. Have these guys played?
I think they may have actually.
1-0 Ugo. They played in Mets last year. Oh, in the final. It's 3-3. But Ugo was in way better form at that point. You might be right. Shevchenko. Shevchenko hasn't been good, right? He lost 3-2 to Tabilo. I mean, he should have lost to Lestienne. I'm staying away. I can't. 3-2 to Purcell, and then 3-2 to Tabilo. And I'm not even counting the Lestienne win. Like Lestienne is Lestienne. Like
That's true.
right? Like okay, I wish you luck though. I'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, I'll be on the Shevchenko plus 265 on the money line. That's the yeah.
All right. Moeller against Gaston. Moeller is plus 140 on the money line, 2.5 game dog. Gaston minus 170, over under 38. I have two plays here. I like the Muller money line at plus 140, and I like the under 38.
The under 38 is an interesting play because I think I get why you'd say that because like there's a lot of chances for this to get under 38 in 4 sets. Otherwise, I don't know. I mean, yeah, otherwise I don't
Why is Muller a significant dog here?
the question.
I guess because he hasn't played on grass this
I
season.
think that's the answer. I mean, well, and Gaston qualified, right?
Right. He beat Mochi, Mochizuki, Prismic, and Kukushkin. It was decent.
Yeah, so yeah, you're right. Muller has not played on grass yet this year. Last time he played was in Lyon.
But Muller
Actually, his
has
last loss was to Gaston in Lyon. That's funny.
yeah.
And now he gets a rematch. Meanwhile, Gaston qualified. So for me, that's enough to not be on this. But this is also just not a match I really want to play. I don't know. Gaston is so finicky, man.
But Muller has done decently at Wimbledon. Didn't he make a third round here at some point?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know.
He made second round here last year and lost. He beat Rinderknecht and then lost to Alcaraz, but close 6-4, 7-6, 6-3.
Not terrible.
So I don't know. I mean, Muller's service slightly better than Gaston's, right?
Yeah.
I think Gaston is more like hit or miss. Like he's more mentally volatile than Muller.
My question would be is how is Muller at the net against the Gaston drop shot? I don't think it makes much of a difference. I think they're both like, I just think that given that Gaston qualified, he might be in a little bit better form when it comes to grass form. He's at least established something. For me, that's enough to keep me off of Muller. I really don't like playing matches if a guy hasn't like if a guy is transitioning surfaces.
I just think that the price is off. Like
The price may be off by a game. I don't necessarily disagree, but it's just not enough for me to want to back it.
okay. Maybe just play the under 38.
Yeah, you can do that. I think
But
there's a
then
lot
again,
of options there.
I like the price. I'm gonna play the plus 140. Altmaier against Arthur Ferry. So Altmaier is a slight dog at minus 105. Ferry is minus 115. Over under 39 and a half. This is the match I'm probably not going to watch, nor like there's so many matches going on at this time. Like I think I'm just going to stay away from this one.
I've got to play here. I like Altmaier. I like
Really?
Altmaier here at pick. Ferry is Ferry's just a challenge. I mean, I know he's at home, but he's a challenge level guy. Altmaier's not good, but at least he's like a borderline ATP level guy. I don't know. I think he's
But big swing paths.
for Altmaier.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He doesn't really
Really?
slice the backhand.
I don't think of him having like a long swing path. I think he's got like a normal swing path. I don't know.
How is he done on grass in the past?
Not good.
7-13 in his career. Hasn't played on grass this season. Lost to Vukic last year at Wimbledon.
And is all that good enough for Arthur Ferry, a guy who's not even a high level challenger level player, to beat him? You know.
You might be right. Ferry is 243 on the in the rankings.
And like, okay, so Ferry even on this grass swing is 1-3 with losses to Lloyd Harris, some guy named Jack Pennington Jones, and Kukushkin. Like it's really more of a Ferry fade.
And
Ferry
he's
was a college player. I think he played at Stanford. And he was a pretty good college player, but there's a big difference in college and the pros.
You're probably right. I don't want to play this match, but I might have to.
Well, you just don't want to have to watch it.
Right.
That's the best response.
I'll think about it. Like of the gazillion matches going on at that time, like that's the least one I want to watch.
Yeah.
Or like have to track. But all right, next match, Wawrinka against Charles Broom.
Charles Broom.
Broom. Hopefully we sweep our bets and we can bring out the broom.
Yeah, right? Right.
But Wawrinka is a 2.5 game favorite, minus 175 on the money line, over under 40.5. Broom is plus 145. On first glance, I was thinking taking the Broom money line just because like he's been decent this season on grass. He had tight matches with Billy Harris, who's been good. I think he beat him once actually in a challenger. Right, they played a few times. 1-3 with Fernley, beat Kukushkin. I mean, the loss as Fajda is not good, but like the run in Nottingham was excellent. Beat Harris, beat Evans, beat both Harrises actually, Lloyd and Billy. And like Wawrinka hasn't played on grass, and like it has been his worst surface throughout his career.
Right. So okay, so here's the thing, right? Like this is actually similar to the Altmaier Ferry. So you've got one player who is a much better tennis player, right? But Wawrinka's older. I agree. I think his game kind of travels because the serve travels, but the rest of the game doesn't because he's too slow. And now he's on a surface that is quick, and he's even slower than he was. Like every time I watch him play, he gets slower and slower. Um, but he does do decently well in best of five with Wawrinka. But that aside, Broom's at home. Broom has had like matches to warm up. Like there's a lot of stuff on the Broom side here, offsetting the fact that the Frank is the better player.
Hmm.
It's kind of similar to the Fairy match in that regard, where like Fairy's best surface is probably also grass, similar to Broom. But
But this line has
like
actually moved in Wawrinka's favor. Like it started I think at plus 120.
yeah, like Altmaier like that, and this is like I guess the big difference here is that in this case the better player is a -2.5 game favorite, so that's what makes it a stay away to me.
But are you Broom or pass? Like are you more on the Broom side or more on the Wawrinka side?
Probably more on the Wawa side.
Okay.
If Wawa played on grass this year, I'd probably be more even considerate of taking him, but I don't really have interest I usually don't like these surface transition matches. They're kind of tough to call.
Over 3.5 sets, minus 175.
It's an interesting look. I know you love that play. And it makes a lot of sense.
I do. All right, you talked me into staying away on the money line side, but I don't know. I might put that in a over 3.5 set parlay piece. But all right, Alcaraz and Lahal, they're opening on center court. First match for the defending champion. Alcaraz is a 9.5 game favorite. Over under of 27.5. I'm on Lahal to win a set at plus 285. Like Alcaraz is prone to making some dumb errors in like portions of a match, and like I know Lahal is challenger level. Like I'm not saying like he's gonna win. I'm just plus 285 to win a set against a guy who could be a little erratic.
What is the Alcaraz 3-1 in that case? Because is there any chance that he gets more than one set?
No,
Like in that case, what's the Alcaraz 3-1?
plus 310.
Yeah.
It's probably better.
I mean, yeah, I would think so. Yeah, for me, I was looking at this. I'm not on it. I mean, I like
Or the
Alcaraz. I think actually, I was looking in slams. Like Alcaraz tends to get close to covering these spreads more often than not. Like it's very close whether or not he'll cover. Like he'll like. I think this is the right spread. Like he might cover it, he might not, but it's. I think like half the time he covers 9, half the time he doesn't. Like it's because his spread's almost like 9 is kind of like the. I feel like for slams, like 9 is like the line for like qualifier versus the top 5 guys.
But he rarely covers in the first set. Like I feel like
That's actually not true in slams. He
no.
seems to have like I don't even know if that's true. That's true in general. Like I think there's a theory out there on that, but I looked at the data at least for slams. That's not true.
It's Wimbledon though. It's going to be fast. It's like, I think there are a few practice matches before the tournament, but like it's
Yeah, but he played Queen's Club. Like that's not that.
like he
I mean,
won 7-6 against Gasquet at the Australian in the first set.
um,
Shardy was six was 6 love last year in the first set. Roland Garros in 23. Wow. Caboli was also 6 love in the first set. Wow. Okay. So maybe my take is wrong. Because I was actually thinking of going Lahal set one money line at plus 750.
yeah, I can't get with you there. I think this line is pretty right. Like,
Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't take this at any other slam but Wimbledon. But when I see these high prices for these dogs to win a set, I'm very tempted.
Yeah, I'm not on the Alcaraz side either, but for what it's worth, I think so in let's see, in 13 career M's, he's won twice by retirement, and he's lost a set and still won 3 times. The other 8 have been straight sets. The last time somebody took a set off him at a Grand Slam was or sorry, a Grand Slam first round match was 2022 Roland Garros, or not Roland Garros, Wimbledon, where he lost to Alcaraz. So the
But
point is basically, I
wait,
think this is the right spread. These
lost to
spreads are
who?
hard to call. I usually don't end up betting these matches.
Lost to who? Lost to a couple
Oh,
sets.
he lost 2 sets to Struff
Right.
in the first round of Wimbledon 22. And then the other lost sets were like way back when he was like just first coming on the scene.
Now, how often, since you have it up, how often has he gone over 18 and a half?
Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times.
And how often has he gone under 18 and a half?
5.
All right, so that reflects the line.
I mean, I think 9 is like, and 9 kind of is the spread for these top guys against like qualifiers and stuff. It's I think it's the right line. Like it's it's hard to cover more this because the problem is like the question you're really asking yourself here is like, is Lahal going to be able to like is he going to play a bad set, or is Alcaraz going to play like a red line set? Because if he does and you get a 6-1 or something, then you're in really big trouble.
Oh yeah, I'm not playing the spread because I think it's pretty inevitable it's going to be one or two 6-1 sets. It's just like, does Lahal find a good patch of play when Alcaraz finds a bad patch of play? And if you get that for 3 to 4 games, then Lahal is live for a set. Like we saw that with De Jong at the French this year.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
I mean, that's the question. Yeah.
So I think to me that variable, because of Alcaraz's tendency of being erratic at some part for portions of a match, I think plus 285, getting closer to plus 300. I think like that's worth it. But that's me. That's it's not a big play. It's just it's a small play. Because we also talked about it, like the lead up to this to Wimbledon, like when we were recapping Halle and London and Queens, we were like, the story is that top guys are getting through, but they're struggling.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and I
But
think
those were against better players than Mark Lahal.
fair, but also it's 3 out of 5, so you have an extra set to win one.
Yeah. I don't think it's a terrible price or a terrible play. You know what I mean? I'm just not on it. Like I think it's I think the line's pretty well set.
Okay. All right, next match, Lloyd Harris against Alex Michelsen. Harris is a slight favorite at minus 140, 1.5 game spread, over under 41.5, which is quite high, but it makes sense. I'm on the 5-set line here as well at plus 230.
Do I have anything here? I think I'm barely off this. I thought about this one. I think I'm barely off it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got nothing?
I don't have a whole lot on day 1. I have more stuff on day 2.
What's your lean here?
My lean would probably be probably Mickelson, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I trust Harris to, like, I think it's priced right because I would slightly lean Harris here. And I think his serve is slightly better. I think his fitness is slightly better. I think his movement is like slightly better, but they're all like slightly betters. It's not like significantly better.
Oh
So
yeah.
more athletic, slightly more quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, 5 sets is my favorite player, plus 230. I think this is gonna be a close match. Maybe the over on games, honestly, because I feel like you could get there in 4 sets.
I mean, there's you wouldn't think there'd be a whole lot of breaks with Harris and Mickelson. You're right about that.
So maybe I might just end up playing the over. But
Yeah.
all right. Next match is Zizou Bergs and Arthur Cazzo. Bergs is a 4.5 game favorite, minus 300 on the money line. Cazzo is plus 240, over under 38.5. So Cazzo can't stay healthy, and he also didn't he play one match and lost pretty badly? It was like a really bad loss. Uh, Looking it up now.
I mean, Cazot has not been great since we got off hard courts. He had two retirement losses in a row.
They lost to Husi in Eastbourne.
Yeah, yeah. One, he lost to Feast 4-4 and Taro Daniel 6-7, 6-4, 6-4 already this grass season. So 3 or 4 not good losses for Cazot. The big thing for me is I really like what Jiju's done the past few months, man. Like the past couple months or so, I feel like maybe he's turned a corner.
I agree. So are you laying games with Bergs?
He's still a little erratic for my taste, but what I've done is I've laid a set and a half. It's at minus 165. It's juice, but I feel pretty good about it.
I'm off of it. Minus 130, I'd take it, but not that minus 165. I don't I agree with you. I see what you're saying. I just don't like he's too erratic to play that kind of line. Especially Kazo, like I agree he's been bad and he's been hurt, but like talent. He has talent. Both of these guys have talent,
Yeah, yeah.
you know? And Kazo can find a purple patch too. And Bergs will have
Well, okay, so and that's why it's the minus 1.5 sets, right? If he finds if he finds a purple patch, you're still okay.
okay.
Like you have room to lose a set, you don't have room to lose 2 sets, we have room to lose 1 set.
But I'd prefer than the Bergs 3-1 at plus 265.
Okay. Okay. I may look at that. That may be a better move. I need to look at that. You might be right. That might be the better play the more I think about it.
But yeah, I'm off of it. I'm not going to play that one, but I agree with your overall take. Vukic and Offner, both of these guys had deep runs this week. Vukic in Eastbourne and Offner in Mallorca.
Yeah.
I like the overs here. Like in some capacity, over 41.5. I like the over 4.5 sets as well at plus 230. I like the over 3.5 sets as a parlay piece. Like I can't see how this is like straightforward in either direction.
So I would actually prefer the unders.
Wow. Okay.
Because I think that so Offner played a final, right? And he is coming on. He will be on 1 day's rest. He played the final yesterday in Eastbourne.
Okay.
He may be tired from that. He may be exhausted. But Vukic also had a deep run. And like again, it's more like for Vukic and Offner, like, did they give it what they had in those warm-up tournaments last week? You know, like mentally and physically, like for Offner to get that close to winning a title, right? Like, I think that might be all he had in the tank.
But like to me, since they both had deep runs, the over under is a wash. Like I understand what you're saying, but like we don't know who it's going to affect more. Probably it will affect Offner more, but
That's why you're right. You're hoping you're hoping it affects one guy more than the other, right? Like,
so
yeah, I probably won't play it, but I'm saying like if I were, like I would lean the unders more than the overs. Over, you need both guys to be like relatively involved and interested, you know?
I think they'll be interested, but I think that see the fact that they both had deep runs, I think that cancels each other out.
I mean, when it comes to mental fatigue, I don't know so much, like I feel like mental fatigue is more like individual and like situation specific. And also it's also really hard to quantify or like even know if is it gonna like it's hard to know like how is Offner feeling mentally fatigued from the final run or not? You know what I mean? Like how does that impact him versus Vukic being fatigued from a semis run? Like I don't know.
You make a good point. You make a good point. I might
And I
catch.
think Vukic is a slightly better grass court player. I think the line is correct. Like
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. And especially if it gets to the fourth set, then probably the other guy's gonna start fatiguing. You might be right.
yeah.
I'll probably cash out, but yeah. All right. Now, VDZ, Bodek van de the guy that says that he doesn't like playing matches anymore, right? Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
He's a minus 170 favorite against Liam Brody. I am all over Brody money line here at plus 140.
I was when I saw it, it was plus 160. I didn't grab it at 140. I'm no longer interested. It's just like, man, like Brody's just not good. Like,
You beat Casper Ruud here last year.
is Casper Ruud a good grass court player?
No, but he's still a top, decent tennis player.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
For a guy who gets the home crowd, I think the crowd will actually play a big factor here, and I think it will get into VDZ's head, who's just a complete mental head case. Like I think that's a big factor here.
I don't know if the crowd is because I don't know if Bodek is like a head case in terms of getting rattled. I just think he's like sometimes like not interested, like it's a different.
I think it's a combination of both. I don't know. Has Bodek played in grass this season?
No.
Den Bosch.
Yes, he played. Yeah, he lost to Mackey and Den Bosch. Yeah, you might be. I don't. You might be right about this one. How did Brody do? Oh, didn't Brody get smacked by Nishioka?
In
Yeah,
East.
I can't back Brody. I mean, not at plus 140. He got beat 3-4 by Nishioka in Eastbourne, and he's coming off. Remember we talked about him last week. He was coming off of like a bunch of weird injuries. He got injured he injured I think an ankle or a knee or something in Phoenix, and then he had the concussion from hitting his head on his car boot in like a couple weeks ago. So I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Ugh.
I'm gonna have to stay away. I can't because the problem is is Brody fully healthy versus is Bodic like fully mentally good to play?
It's funny because I'm Googling Brody right now. I didn't put his first name. I just put the last name Brody, and like the second link that comes up is a funeral home. So
That
that
is
might be
pretty
an
funny.
omen to like stay away.
That is pretty funny. Yeah, I'm staying away. I forgot. Yeah, I didn't forget about it. Like I was originally like at one like if this got to like climbs back above 150, it might get to the point where I'm just gonna throw caution to the wind and go for it with Brody because like of how like disinterested because at least Brody should be interested. The question is just is he fit? Um, Whereas Bodic is like is he mentally like
Right.
right? It's not is he for Bodic is he interested? It's is he like mentally like he just doesn't want to be there. It seems like.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's like mental versus physical.
Yeah. Under 38 could be a look here, especially because like I could see Bodic going away if it starts poorly.
I'm actually interested in a no tiebreak play there.
Or actually, like
Let me see if I can
what
find.
is Brody minus a set and a half?
Ah, interesting. plus 220.
Yeah, no.
What's the no tiebreak here? That's an interest. This book has the no tiebreak props. Even money.
That's interesting.
I'm probably gonna play that and
Okay,
see.
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's yeah. All right. All right, quick break, and then well, I gotta take a quick break. And then we'll get into the
Okay.
remainder of the matches. All right, welcome back to the pod, everyone. So let's continue with our first round marathon. Uh
It is a marathon. It is not a sprint.
so where did we leave off here? We left off with oh, Brody and Van BDZ.
Yep.
So the next match is Mensik against Bublik. So Mensik is a 3.5 game dog plus 180 on the money line. Bublik is minus 220, over under of 39.5. So I'll let you go first here, but I think I know where you're going. I think you're gonna go with Mensik money line.
Nah, I'm staying away. I mean, like I toyed with the Mentic money line, but Bublik. I mean, if Bublik is healthy and fully engaged, he's just so much better, right? Like,
Yeah.
yes, and like I have no way of knowing what Bublik's level of physical or mental engagement is. It's like it's just impossible to know with the guy. Like, he may not even know.
Yeah, and this match is midday, right? Like if it was first thing in the morning, like the
Then
legend.
it'd be less likely for Bublik to be fully engaged. But even
Yeah.
even then, like, he says he hates it, but we've seen him come out and play okay in the mornings. Like, I just think it's all just he's just moody, like, just all depends on his. And he's like, he was being more mature, but now this grass season has not been good.
So
And
what
maybe he's really hurt. Like, maybe he's actually hurt and just playing to collect prize money. That's 100% possible.
you don't think he thinks about, oh, I have fourth round points to defend here? Like you don't think he's thinking about that?
No, he very well may. Like, he very well may. But he had didn't he have a Halle title to defend, and he just walked
Yeah.
out of that tournament? Get like,
Yeah.
which makes me think probably he was hurt. But then if he was hurt, is he still hurt or not? Like, he played last week, but he played poorly. So, like, is he hurt or is he not? I have no idea. So I'm just gonna stay away.
So what price would you need to hit Mensik where like it's worth it despite those variables? Like I'm leaning like if it gets to plus 190 or plus 200, then it's like it's worth a stab.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little higher than that for me. Maybe like maybe like 230, 240, something like that. But we're in the same ballpark.
The under is a decent look here.
It is. It is. And actually, you know what? That may be a good move. That may be it. That may be the play. I'm probably gonna do that.
Play the under.
Yeah.
It's high. I mean, that's what Bublik, like they think, oh, he has a good serve, like Mensik has a good serve too. So like the over is going to be near 38, 39. But like if he's not interested, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
And
and
Bublik
if
also, when he falls behind, can be liable to tank his set. And when he's playing well, he actually does have a pretty good return game. He just doesn't play points, but he does have a pretty good return game. So yeah, I kind of like the under here.
okay, I think I'll play it that way too. Not GBM. Like if it was 40 or 41.
Oh, no, it's not GBM for sure.
No,
But yeah.
yeah. All right, next match here. Navoni against Sonigo. Navoni is a 7.5 game dog, plus 775 on the money line. Sonigo is minus 1400, and the over-under is 31.5. So I love the over 3.5 sets here at plus 140. I understand. You don't have to get into it. Like Navoni doesn't play on grass. He doesn't like I don't think he knows anything about the surface. But with Sonego, does it really matter? Because he's so erratic. He plays the same way against anyone. He can come out and just miss a gazillion balls and there's the set. Like Navoni, sometimes he doesn't really need to play that well to have some level of success here. I don't think he's going to win the match. I'm not saying that, but to have plus money to basically have one bad patch in a best of 5 match for Sonego, I think that's something you got to pounce on. But that's me.
Yeah, I can't. I mean,
Yeah.
I think this is pretty. I actually think this line is pretty good. It's probably right where I would put it,
Okay.
because of how bad Navone is on any. And it's not even just grass, right? It's also hard. It's anything that's not clay, and like just how one dimensional his game is. Like he battles and it works on clay. And I guess that's the argument for the 3.5 sets. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know if it computes on grass. Like. But I get it. Like you are going to get I mean, Navoni seems to be a battler, so you should get 3 true shots at it. To get your one set.
Played Queens, lost 3-2 to Draper, which you kind of expect. And then lost to Husi. I mean, I'm gonna play it just because it's Sonego. Um, like if this was Nakashima, hell no, right? If this
Yeah,
was, I don't even know examples, but Fujovic, hell no. If this was Altmaier, probably even no.
but Sonic was just so erratic that you think
Right,
he'll probably hand away a set just because. Yeah,
right.
yeah, I get it. I get it.
And like, I just want to see Sonego's results in first rounds of slams. Um,
Well, I mean, I think if you're looking at anything Sonigo, like it's gonna make a lot of sense.
you can't lay the 7.5 though with Sonego.
Mm-mm. No, I mean, I'm just stay away.
Stay away. I mean, he's pretty good. 7-6 at Wimbledon. He did make a 4th round here, but like last year, he lost a set to Berrettini.
No, he lost 3
Yeah,
sets to Bears. Didn't
he
Berrettini beat
lost the
him?
match to Berrettini,
Yeah.
but yeah. See, like Sonego is good to win a set against anyone, but he's also good to lose a set against anyone as well. That's how I feel about him.
I feel the same way. I just
Like Dennis Kudla, he won the match, but he lost 2 sets in 22. In 21, I mean, he beat Pedro Souza, but one of the sets was 7-5. Lost a set to Galan. He beat Duckworth pretty easily in the 3rd round, which is like, okay, I guess.
yeah, I hear you. It makes sense. I just I this is I mean, I have no faith in Navone, like none. So I can't back him to do anything.
Hey, there was once upon a time I did think he was a top, what, 20 player on clay or top
Yeah.
30.
Yeah. I think he said top 20.
All right, this will be a fun match to talk about. Mattia Bellucci and Ben Shelton. So Shelton is a 3.5 game favorite here. But Bellucci's plus 240 on the money line. The over under is high at 42. I don't see how you can back Shelton. But are you backing Bellucci? That's the question.
Yes. Yeah. I'll take money line, and I'll probably take the 3.5 games as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's
I love this as a parlay piece as well. The minus 165.
yeah, he makes a lot of sense too. I'll agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. Bellucci is really he's pretty athletic. He's actually I saw some of his highlights. He's pretty fun player, and I just have no uh no faith in Shelton. Like I said, I think something's wrong. Ironically, the Bet Rivers podcast, Sean Calvert thinks something's wrong with the shoulder. Apparently, there was a medical. The physio came out to look at it during his match with Jubb.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. That might be enough. How about the Belushi 3-2 at plus 825? That caught my eye too. The match goes later. Shelton's rally tolerance diminishes. His shoulder acts up a little bit, so serve speed diminishes slightly. Keeping that energy level for 5 sets is a hard, it's not easy. I don't know. Like that's a nice price on a dog because like if Bellucci wins this, I don't see it being straight sets either. Like his level's going to dip at some point. Like Shelton's is going to find a purple patch maybe for a couple games here or there. Like I don't know. I like a half a unit on that. The Bellucci 3.
I don't particularly. Yeah, I mean, just thinking through it, like, yeah, I don't particularly. It's, I mean,
For the money line.
yeah.
I mean, let's make the plus 3.5 GBM.
You want to make the 3.5 GBM?
Or you want to play sets? Like what's you prefer sets?
I prefer to play games and sets on this.
It's not juiced. It's minus 105.
And like Shelton's return game is so poor on grass. Like he just has such a hard time breaking that like I think 3.5 is like bigger here than it would be in a different context, right? Like I think this is actually the situation where you would take the 3.5. Like this is a great situation to take games.
I agree. Okay, let's make the 3.5 GBM.
Okay.
Yeah. Something pro Bellucci here. The money line, it's good, but like to me, I actually prefer these derivative, these like 3-1 or 3-2 at a better price. Like I might actually take both.
Okay. Yeah.
You'd lose one, but you still like you'd make 6 units, 6 or 7 units.
But you're betting 2 units then.
Okay, yeah, but you still win more than the 2.4 units.
Yeah, you're basically getting plus 350 versus plus 240 or something,
right.
Roughly plus 325 or plus 360 something.
Right.
You're getting that something in that range, whatever you want to call it, to basically, in exchange, you're giving up the 3-0. Yeah, that probably that's probably okay. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. We just got breaking news from Tennis Master. Kopfer withdrew.
Yeah.
So
much for that. Who was he playing?
Playing Fonini.
Ah, man.
So that's that one money line. Well, we'll see who Fonini draws though.
Yeah.
All right. Bovada, update your lines, please. Next match is Vertanen against Purcell. I'm off of this. I don't know. Like Purcell made the final, so is there a hangover spot? Vertanen, like he's so hot or cold, right? Like if he blasts 70 winners, he can obviously win, but he can also, blast 80 errors or 100 errors. Like, so it's hard for me to read this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would 100% be on this match if Purcell didn't just make a final.
But then it's probably baked into the line, right?
I think it is. That's my point. Like, I think if Purcell didn't make the final, that would probably be up as high as maybe like 3 or something, which I think is where it should be. Like, actually, you know what? What is the weather like Monday midday, tomorrow midday? Because like if it's gusty, man, that's terrible for Vertman. Like he really needs to be indoors so he can just smack that serve.
Good point. And it's
Um,
how about the under 41?
ooh, I don't like that at all. Vernon doesn't have much of a break game, but he does have a good serve game. And like, I don't know, Purcell's going to be
Yeah.
tough if he's, like running around and
Played a
like,
lot of tie breaks and close sets in qualifying.
yeah, well, that's Vernon's game. Like, all he does is just whack serves. Like,
Right. He's like the lowest tennis IQ, like yeah, the lowest tennis IQ player on the draw,
yeah.
it seems. Yeah, I'm staying off of it. I'm not that high on Purcell. I feel like you're higher on him than I am.
I am. I mean, on quicker courts, right? Like on quicker courts, I think
Mhm.
he's actually pretty good when he's good. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think he's like, I wouldn't say I'm that high on him. Like, I don't know. I put him somewhere in like between like 50 and 70 in the world, probably, like he's in that O'Connell range to me. They're both
Okay.
Australians. They're both kind
Okay.
of strange players.
Yeah. I view O'Connell slightly higher than Purcell, honestly. Purcell's a better volleyer and a better doubles player, but just like overall game, I think O'Connell's still
Yeah,
better.
Purcell is no
Off the
point.
ground.
I hear you.
Yeah. All right, next match. Purcell, Pablo Carreno Busta and Talon Griekspoor. Griekspoor is a 6-game favorite, minus 800 on the money line. Busta's plus 525. The over-under is 35. For me, it's Griekspoor a pass, but like laying 6 games with him is always risky considering how poorly he returns.
Yeah.
Um, I would take the 1.5 sets if it was a better price, but that price is just disgusting. I don't really want to take Griekspoor minus 2.5, considering, with his poor returning, there might be a tie break in there. Um, I don't have any trust in Busta, considering, injuries and, didn't look that good against RCB on grass and Mallorca. I got nothing.
I'm on I found a Griekspoor 3-0 at plus 105. That's my pick here.
I
I
like
think
that
it's
more
one
than the
now.
games, but
What?
I like that more than the games, but like Griekspoor can spray errors too.
Yeah, it's more this is more about Busta. I mean, I don't know if Busta's done anything impressive since he came back. Like
Yeah.
lost to Baena, who's not exactly a grass court superstar. Lost to
Was
a
that
couple
his
other
only match
scrubs.
on grass?
What?
Was that his only match on grass?
I think he might have had. I think so. I think he might have come back on clay. I can't remember. Busta. Yeah, that was the only match on grass. Yeah, all his other stuff was clay. And he
Okay.
lost. He did win a set from Navoni in the French, but then he got beat 1-3 in love after that. Lost 2-0 to some guy ranked 278 in the world. Beat Popko in 2 tie breaks. Lost to Marchak. I mean, those were all on clay, but I don't know if Boost is better on grass than clay. I don't think so.
I hear your logic. I'm off. I'm off of it. I don't trust Griekspoor to win straight sets just with poor returning. It's like I think he'll find a way to get it break or two, but like I like backing Griekspoor more in like spots against like as a dog against a top guy because like he has the game that can trouble them. Like in some capacity, not necessarily to win, but like
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
makes sense.
Yeah. All right, next match we got RBA against Maximilian Martyrer. RBA is a 5-game favorite, minus 350 on the money line. Martyrer is plus 275, over under 38.5. So this is a tricky match for me. I was staring at this for a while because like RBA is a like he's a good grass court player. Like I think grass suits his game the best, but he's still like a corpse, you know? So it's like what do you weigh more? Do you weigh his grass court prowess or do you weigh his like his age and like the fact that he's regressed in terms of a game standpoint? And like I feel like some days his forehand is good and makes progression, but like then there are other days where it just sits in the middle of the court.
Give me a minute. Looking something up. Oh, that's career. So last 52 weeks in
Mm-hmm.
his in first round matches of main draws,
Mm-hmm.
Batista Agut is 11-8. And
Okay.
against top 100 players, he's 8-7. Like I've got this theory with older players that like first match of a tournament they play better, and then they just like wear down as they have to play. You know, even if it's back to even if they had one day off in between, like, but like especially back to backs are just disaster.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for a first round, RBA might be okay. He is a really good grass quarter. Martyrer, I don't know, man. I mean, Martyrer, like,
He lost to Jubb 1 and 2.
which isn't good, but like,
Lost to Mateus Martyrer. He lost to Matteo Martino in Stuttgart in qualies.
yeah, I mean, he did make a nice run, or a nice run last year. He made the third round, but Martyrer's had some hard times recently, right? Like,
Yeah.
um,
He's gonna drop a lot of points if he doesn't, if he loses here.
yeah, he'll lose third round points. Yeah, so it's a big match for him.
5 games is a lot though.
It is. I'm probably gonna stay away. I'm probably gonna stay away. Hard to back either guy, but I do think there's something to be said for players who are especially older players having the
Mhm.
extended time off of like 4 to 5 days.
Yeah. I'm laying off. I mean the 3-1, but it's the standard price, right? So
Yeah,
over 3.5 sets minus 135. But like I don't really trust Martyr. Like losing to Jubb 1 and 2 is not gonna
yeah.
give
I
you
wouldn't
that you
trust.
can win a
Yeah,
set.
I wouldn't.
So no, thank you. Um, what's next? Couple more matches for day one, I think. Suman Nagal and Miomir Kecmanovic. Nagal is a 7.5 game dog plus 700 on the money line, over under of 32. Uh, Kecmanovic is minus 1,200. Like to me, this is. I mean, I understand Nagal is rarely plays on grass, etc. But like, should Kecmanovic really be minus 1,200 against anyone? Dude, that's putting a lot of trust into a guy who's unreliable and has like a beer gut. You're definitely higher on him than I am, and like he had a decent run in Mallorca, but like, come on, this seems off. I like Nagal money line. I like Nagal plus to win a set at plus 115. I like the over 3.5 sets. I like something Nagal here. 7-1.
So Nagal on non-clay surfaces
Mm-hmm.
against the top 100 in his career is 2-14. One of those wins was by retirement.
Okay.
So call him.
Okay, I get that, but like Nagal has also been way better this year than he's ever been in his career. So like his ball striking at his like level has been higher, right? So I don't really count like how many years does that go back?
I mean, it goes back many years, but like, I guess he's been better. I just don't know that he's been like, I don't know, even this year, like, or even take him at
It's a long shot. I'm not saying he's but I think he has like a 20% chance of winning.
yeah, I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree. I'll leave
What's
it
the
at that.
implied
Like,
probability of a plus 700? Like what, 10%?
no, like, well, 12 and a half. You need
12
one
and
out
a
of
half?
eight, 12 and a half. It's not that
Yeah.
far off. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not playing this in any direction. I think this is pretty right. Sumit also has does he have any grass court experience?
No, just one match at Wimbledon qualies against Camille Majorak.
When? Last year?
2018. For me,
Yeah, like, so
it's a
I
fade
get
on
it because I think
Kotmani.
like if you're some of these guys as players, Manny, I agree with you. Like if you're some of these guys as pure players, I agree with you, but I'm just really hesitant to sorry about that. I'm just really hesitant to back guys who have such limited experience on the surface in any, in any manner, like
I can respect that take. I just like Wimbledon is probably the most neutral grass court, like or then like if this was in Stuttgart or some crappy grass court, I think maybe it's more important to know how to move on it slightly, right?
what's Sumit to win a set?
Plus 115.
Yeah, I mean that and the plus 125 might be a good look if you want to back
I
if
like
you
that
want to
too.
back Sumit.
Yeah. I just think that the 700 is too much. Like weighing them as players, you said it's not like that far
Well,
away.
as players, I don't think the gap is this high,
But
but
then you're weighing the surface really heavily. And I think it's too
it's more
much.
that I just need a really like I just need to feel really good about my. So it's more of a personal thing. Like in order to take guys like somebody like Sumit, where there's so many question marks, I need to feel like there's a much bigger ROI. So like I probably think there's a positive ROI, but it's I just don't think I just don't feel good enough about it to actually make a bet.
Okay. All right, I'm going the over 3.5 sets and the money line. That's gonna be my play here. Or assume it to win a set.
All right.
Tommy Paul and Pedro Martinez. Paul's an 8.5 game favorite, minus 3,300 on the money line. Pedro is 12-1, over under 30. Um, I'm off this. I'm just gonna ride my futures here with Paul. I like he should obviously win, but like I don't trust him to cover that big of a spread, like
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I
like
agree. And
queen.
he's Paul is he's what do you want to call it? Susceptible to mental lapses, but not
Yeah,
susceptible enough to actually back Pedro. Like,
right.
yeah, I
I'm
actually think
interested to I'm
that's where I
interested
would put the spread if I was the book. So
if I'm playing this, I would actually like the no tiebreak play. Let me see what the line is there. It's probably not a good price, but like it's worth checking. Minus 190. Nah, it's not. But that's I think that's likely to hit.
yeah.
But all right. This is the final match on Monday. So Yannick Sinner and Yannick Hoffman. Battle of the
Well,
two.
two Yonicks gonna
Yes.
fight it out. And I won't play this. I mean, if anything, I'd be tempted to actually lay the 9 with Sinner, but I'm not gonna play it.
See, it's interesting. I'm gonna take the 8.5. I'm gonna increase the odds and take the 8.5 at plus 115. I don't like the way Sinner really like he didn't return that well in
I mean, you keep saying he didn't, but I actually think he returned pretty darn well. Like he won like on one of the quickest surfaces in the sport. He won like 37% of return points, which is really good.
playing a ton of tie breaks though.
I
Like he
mean,
looked
he just didn't convert. I mean, like, look, everybody played a ton of tie breaks in Halle, right? Like, it wasn't just Sinner. And then the second thing would be like it was against pretty good competition. And the third thing would be a lot of it because he just didn't convert break points. I don't think Sinner has a specific issue converting break points. Certainly not against the Yannick Hoffman.
might be right. Yeah, that's yeah. Do you like the over or under 18.5 with Sinner?
I think that line's pretty well set too, to be honest. I think they're I mean, I'd be tempted to take the over 18.5, but not betting it.
I'm just looking at Hoffman's results. I mean, like he lost to it's not good. He lost to Adam Walton in Mallorca. Like,
He beat Adam Walton once too. They split matches, but
yeah.
like
He lost to Michelson in Halle in qualies, like in his home court. Like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna lay off. But that was my lean. I don't know. Jesus. Yeah. Hopping to take a set plus 285. I prefer the Lahal against the Alcaraz than this one.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, like a lot of what you say from a player type perspective makes sense. You know, like the matchup stuff makes a lot of sense.
All right, so let's recap the plays for Monday. So um I'm gonna take the 4 with Bolt and then play the no tiebreak at plus 225. Are you taking the money line or anything there?
Well, I'm not taking the money line anymore. I'll probably take the 4, but it's really close.
Okay. I'm on the Alves money line at plus 135. Um, and that's a parlay piece that the over 3.5 sets is a parlay piece for both matches, actually. Um, you're not on anything with Corch Alves, right?
No,
Garin Sheng, I'm on the 5 set line. You're passing.
passing. Yeah, but I
Dimitrov,
think that 5 set line is a good look. I just don't want the price, but I think it's a good idea and a good look.
okay. Lavic Dimitrov, you're on the Dimitrov 3-0, but you got it early, right?
Yeah, minus 110.
All right. I'm laying off because the price is not good anymore. I'm on the Marjan money line against Stroop at plus 325.
And I'm on the over 3.5 sets at minus 130.
Oh yeah, I did like that. I'll probably play, but not as a single. I'll probably put it in a parlay. Um, with the
Yeah.
juice. But I'm on the Arnaldi money line against Tiafoe. I think it's still playable at plus 130, just because I think it's a pretty 50-50 match. I got it. I was lucky to get it at a slightly better price, but yeah, I'm on a Tiafoe.
I get why you'd say that. I mean, I get why you'd say that. I don't think it's a ridiculous take. I don't know. Yeah, Tiafoe, he's scraping out enough wins for me that I still think he's like
Okay.
good enough to beat Matteo Arnaldi 58% of the time. Like it's not like I'm saying he's like beating the world, setting the world on fire. Like, and honestly, it's more of me too being pretty low on Arnaldi. Like he should be better on grass, but I'm just not sure he is. Like,
Okay, but like Tiafoe's prone to some duds. Like he got destroyed by Dimitrov last year.
yeah, that's a fair comment.
Yari money line plus 145. That's GBM, right?
That is GBM. That is I think the one GBM play so far. We don't have too much we agreed on here.
Yeah. Thompson Kotov. I think we're both staying away, right?
Yeah, I'm staying away from Monfils Manarino. Too much unknown there.
I'm on the Monfils minus 1.5 sets. Berrettini Fucsovics, I'm on the over 3.5 sets at minus 110. You're laying off.
Yeah, I'm laying off. But I get your logic.
Mm-hmm. Baez Nakashima, we're both staying away, I think.
Yep.
Hanbier Zhang, I'm on the Hanbier set 1 money line.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not on it as of now. I might end up getting on it. We'll see. I don't know. Or maybe, yeah, like it's tempting. It's tempting. But Zhang's been pretty good on the grass, man. That's the problem. Like, but he also can go right at the moment. It's really
over
tough.
3.5 sets as a single at minus 115. I'm probably gonna play that too.
Okay.
Just too erratic for me to like think that he just wins this easily. Kovacevic, I'm on the Kova to win a set at plus 210.
Yep.
You're off.
Yeah. Actually, why not play just over 3.5 sets there then too? It's like what?
Bovada has it at the same price.
Oh, for real? There's no chance of Kova 3-0, I guess.
Yeah, but that off chance,
No, it's just funny. It's just funny.
It is, yeah. Shevchenko, Umber, I think you're on that. I'm not, right?
Yeah, the set 1 money line for Shevchenko.
All right. Muller Gaston. I'm on the Muller money line. Leaning the under, but I probably will just play the Muller money line. You're not.
Yeah, I'm not on that.
You convinced me in the next match. We're both going Altmaier money line at minus 105.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Not GBM though.
No.
Wawrinka.
Nothing on Wawa Broom. You're on the set. You're on the Lahal to win a set from Alcaraz, which is kind of a fun look.
Yeah. Harris Michelson. I'm probably gonna play the over in some. I'm probably gonna play the 5 set there.
Okay. That makes sense.
Bergs Kazo. I'm on the Bergs 3-1. You convinced me, but I prefer that than the minus 1.5 sets.
Yeah. I think they're both fine. Like I think they both make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Vukic Offner. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not on that.
Yeah, you convinced me to stay off.
Yeah.
I liked overs initially, but I'll lay off. VDZ Brody. I'm on the no tiebreak at even money.
I think it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Under 38 could be a good look here too.
Yep.
I actually could get there with a 4-setter.
It could. Mensik Bublik, I think we're both taking the under, right?
Yep. Under 39.
Is that GBM worth? No, no, it's Bublik.
No.
Never mind. VDC, actually, if Mensik gets up to plus 200, I'll take it. I'll take it. But Navoni Sonego, I'm on the over 3.5 sets there as well.
Yeah, I'm not on this. I'm staying away.
Bellucci
3.5. That's the other GBM play, right?
Nice.
Those are the 2 GBM plays. Are Yari in the Bellucci games?
Yep. And then I'm gonna take the Bellucci 3-1 and 3-2.
Okay.
Burton and Purcell, we're off of that. Busta, Greeksport, you had to play there, right?
Yep. Greeks 4-3-0 at plus 105.
Okay.
Which I don't think that line's around anymore. But if you can find something like that, that's a good play.
Yep. RIBA Martyr. I think we're both off,
I,
right?
I'm leaning RBA, but I'm not playing it.
Nagal Kecmanovic. I'm on the Nagal money line and the over 3.5 sets as well.
This
You're
is a
off.
stay away to me.
All right. Paul Pedro, we're both off of it.
Yep.
And Sinner Hoppin, I think we're both off as well.
Yep.
All right. So another quick break, and then we'll be back to do Tuesday.
Yep. All right.
All right, back to the pod, everyone. So it's time for Tuesday's matches. So
Yeah.
let's get into the bottom half of the draw, which starts with Popperin and Montero. So Poppy is a -300 favorite. Montero's +240. 3.5 game spread. Over under 41.5.
It's not my favorite play, but I'll take the 3.5 with Montero. I'm not sure I trust either of these guys to be able to break serve, which means that 3.5 becomes more and more like relevant. Also, I mean, over 41.5 is high, but that could be a look here too. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. What's the 5 sets here? +250.
That's not bad either.
Like these guys would both rather play this on clay.
Probably. Oh.
Yeah. I think those are all good looks. I'm gonna probably do my patented over 3.5 sets and put that in a parlay, but that's probably it for me here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I get it. Like,
Yeah, next match, Rublev against Kolmasana. 9 game spread for Rublev. Grayed out as of now, but I'm really on nothing here. I mean, Rublev really should win, but like his form is really iffy.
it's just another one of these huge spreads, you know, like Rublev will win, but it's a huge spread. Like,
Does he lose a set though? That's the question.
oh, I don't think so. I mean, you'll get a read well, actually, the price is not that good for the set. Wow.
+250.
Yeah, or the +290 for the 3-1 is really not. It's not as good as I thought it would be.
Yeah, because of Rublev's form.
Yeah.
How did Kolmasana get in?
I think ranking. I think he was ranked just. I think he cracked the top 100 for a bit.
Really?
I think.
121.
We got to remember they do the ranking. They do the ranking cutoff like 8 weeks before, 6 weeks before or something.
But no wild card or anything, just direct entry.
Well, it's not a wild card because all the wild card went to Brits. Yeah, I mean, Komasano was in the top 100 as recently as a few weeks ago. He was 90. He cracked the top 100 in April, and then he stayed in there until I guess something between like sometime in mid-May.
Yeah, he's been decent in challengers. That's looking at his results now, but he hasn't played any grass, I think, in his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. His first grass court match in his career.
I mean, it's really tempting to lay the 9 with Rublev.
I can't. Not with his current form and his history of being poor in first round matches.
That's the problem. Yep, you hit on the head. Yep, yeah, I can't do it. You're right. You're right.
Where is the next one? Murray and Mahawk. Murray is a 4.5 game dog +220 on the money line. Mahawk is -275. Over under 38. I'm gonna lay the 4.5 with Mahawk here. Murray is just like I mean, I feel bad for the guy now more than anything. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree with you. I'm staying away. I think it's tough to lay games with Mahak when he's so error prone. Also, these guys, I think these guys have played twice this year, or twice recently. Well, obviously, we know they played in Miami, and
Yeah,
that
that
was,
was close. That's true. But Murray was in better form than at that point. Like now he has
and they played
another
in
injury.
Marseille, and Mahak won 7-5, 6-4. And that was probably a better surface than for Mahak than grass, I would say, or at least I think Murray. Like I think this is, yeah. I mean, Murray's at home, probably his last Wimbledon. It's hard to bet against him.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? You actually hit it on the head because like thinking about that Miami match, like we saw part of it or like we were standing outside of it and we could see that the crowd was so pro Murray and like it actually got into Mahawk's head.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
the crowd is probably worth the crowd might be worth as much as a couple games here.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
Like,
what's laying a set and a half?
I mean, I'd rather just stay away because the counterpoint that you mentioned, right? Like, okay, that's true, but also like, if Murray just doesn't like runs out of gas physically, what do you do?
Right.
Oh, Koepfer replaced by Van Ash.
Oh,
That could
so
be a hit
now
opportunity for Fognini.
it is. Is that
We'll see
line
what the
up?
line is. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean Van Ash has really been struggling too. So like,
but I mean, but honestly, looking back at the Murray match, Murray first set money line could be interesting.
I don't want to back Murray in any capacity. Like the only thing is the mental part of it.
Yeah,
I actually like the under 38 here. Like, I have a day to think about this, but I really don't. I want to back Mahawk in some capacity. Like, how much is that mental part worth?
I don't know. Also, like, this is what he's. I mean, this is the whole right for Murray. Like, I guess it's probably because he just loves to play, but like, this is what you're training for, right? Is one last Wimbledon, I gotta think. Like that in Olympics.
He could
Like,
train and train and train. He's not ready. Like the injuries have gotten so bad to the point where like it doesn't matter how much he trains. Like the body just won't let him.
oh, well, that's the question too. Is he going to play this match? That's still unknown, right? Isn't it still unknown if he's going to play? I thought there was a chance he's still going to pull out.
There is a chance.
Yeah.
There's actually an off chance that Djokovic pulls out. Like we don't know. Like probably not, but
Yeah, I feel better about Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic just seemed to indicate more and more that he's going to play. Murray,
Yeah.
it seems to still be pretty questionable.
All right, I'm not gonna play it yet. I'm gonna think about it, but like I'm definitely leaning something Mahawk here. Let's move on. Feast and Stricker. Feast is 3.5 game favorite, minus 220 on the money line. Stricker is plus 180. Over under 39.5. This feels about right. I think if you want to back Stricker, you can go with the set one money line at plus 140. Right? Because like I don't know how good he's gonna be physically.
Stricker hurt his back at the end of last year. Since coming back on the grass, he was out for like 6 months. Since coming back, he lost to Righty, lost to Dan Evans, lost to Goffin, and beat Felix Gill, who I've never heard of. I'm not really too excited to back Stricker here. I'm probably gonna back Fees.
Okay.
Maybe the money line at -220. Maybe the 3.5 games. I just don't know what Stricker's fitness level is like, you know? He's played a bunch of 3-setters, but I don't know.
Yeah.
The problem is you have to remember with Fees, although Fees also struggles with lefties. And I think he tends to struggle with bigger servers too. So
Good point. Let me see his record against lefties. 4-4, 9-8 in his career against lefties.
yeah, but who did he beat?
Kopfer, Vesely, Husler, Stricker in the next gen finals. He lost to Stricker and Stad in 23 last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
It's a tough match. It's a really tough match to cap.
I just feel like it's gonna be hard for Stricker to win 3 sets here. And I
What
know
about-
it's heavily juiced.
What about the -1.5 sets at -125?
I mean, it's also playable. I think here I like the -225 bet, either the -225 of the games, just because like I do think there's a scenario where Stricker just runs out of gas, like physically.
Yeah, you might be right. But that's why I was saying, like, if you're gonna back Stricker, play the set one.
Yeah, I agree. If you're gonna back Stricker, I just don't know that I want to back Stricker. But like, yeah, I get it. I mean, like, but maybe. I mean, you actually could do both. You know, you could back Stricker to win the first set,
And then just back and then play Feast
and then
Live.
play the Fees on the games or something. You know.
Yeah, but then both guys have big serves. Like, I don't know how many breaks they're gonna be. Like, I don't really want to lay games here. I'd rather lay sets because the sets play more into
Okay.
50. So next match, Karatsev and Kachanov, the two Russians. So 5.5 game spread, plus 375 on the money line for Karatsev. Over under 38. So we
love the Karatsev 2-1 first set money line here.
It's an interesting look.
Kachanov's not playing as well as he was previously. B, I don't think grass is the best for him with that lower bounce, you know, I think Kachanov would prefer the ball higher. C, I think quicker courts are decent for Karatsev. He's got pretty good power. And then what is Karatsev? I mean, you've mentioned it all the time, Manny. Karatsev first set of slams is not great. Or not Karatsev, Kachanov first set of slams.
First round of slams. Yeah, like he's always viable to lose a set in first round of slams. So like I like the over 3.5 sets at -125.
I think that plays too. I think it really is your pick your favorite line. So since 2022, eight slam matches since 2022. He's lost the first set 5 times Kachanov. And those are obviously against players, weaker. I would even say weaker than Karatsev. Twice he lost the first set to Kudla. Once to Leshen, Mo. Granted, he was hurt for that one, and Altmaier. Also could go with like a Karatsev. If you're worried about a tiebreak, you go Karatsev plus a game and a half in set one at plus 180. Actually, what is the set one money line? Plus 200 versus plus 180? I mean, geez, I think that's the play.
No, plus 1.5 is even money.
Oh, my bad. I was looking at the. No. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. Yes, then probably the plus 200. I would probably just take the plus 200 for the first set money line.
I prefer the more conservative option because like Karatsev hasn't played much and like he's so hot and cold that it's like I worry about like yeah I want three.
I just don't need. I mean, I don't know about Karatsev mentally if he he can if he blows the first set. But yeah, you could be right. I mean, I don't know.
I just want 3 cracks at it because all he needs is a purple patch, right? And like I want
Yeah,
just having
yeah.
those extra cracks at it is like better. I get it. It's 200. Like it's good. I get your logic and I want to back it in some capacity. I just want more bites of the pie. That's it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're paying price for that, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think they're both pretty similar. Mine's more based on how much it seems like Kachanov struggles the first set of slams. Specifically the first set as opposed to future sets.
So like it feels like LWWWs are like has that happened often with Kachanov?
I think there's like 2 or 3 of them.
Hmm.
Like if you could find an exact somewhere, it wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah. What's the Kachanov 3-1? Yuck.
Yeah, that's not super exciting to me. Um,
All right, moving on to Nori and Diaz Acosta.
yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it even this year. It's kind of interesting. First match of an event,
yeah.
Kachanov's only 7-6 in the first set.
Wow.
Yeah, so it seems to be like a.
And who are the opponents?
The opponents that beat him in the first set: Rusevori, Altmaier. That was the Australian Open. Wilch, Agut, Vukic, Korda. I mean, I do think Kachanov's more fit. We talk about it all the time, right? Like, I think he's more fit than Karatsev. I think he's more mentally stable than Karatsev. So I don't want to. I'd want to shorten the finish line. But 3.5 sets is similar, you know. I think they're both good bets.
You're talking me into it. Maybe I'll split the unit. Go both.
Yeah.
Or split 2 units. I don't know. Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, Nori and Diaz Acosta. Nori's an 8-game favorite, minus 1,800 on the money line. Jesus. Over under 30. Diaz Acosta's plus 900. Is this like a price of because Nori made the semifinals 2 years ago when he was playing way better?
No.
Is it? I mean, it's also probably because Diaz Acosta barely plays grass, but like.
That and Diaz Acosta's been out for the past 2 months with a collarbone injury.
Ooh.
And I feel like that's bad because I don't know how much he's even doing if he's got a collarbone injury. You know what I mean? Like if
Probably
it's
is here just to make some prize money. Pay off those medical bills.
yeah, I mean, like, or I mean, like, maybe he is healthy now, but like the problem is like with if you have a collarbone injury, I don't know. I doubt you can train much. It seems like that seems like the type of injury where you wouldn't be able to do too much.
Probably. All right, yeah, that's a good call out.
That said, I'm not laying it with Nori.
No.
Like it's just a stay away to me. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. Oh, by the way, I found plus 800 on the Gall. Not plus 600.
Nice.
So, would you play it at 800?
It's getting there. It's getting there. Like at some point you have to, you know?
Yeah. All right, next match here is Lestienne and Musetti. Lestienne is a 7-game dog plus 600 on the money line, over under 32.5. Musetti's minus 950.
we got burned playing Lestien last week for that set one money line against Shevchenko, and like I'm done playing Lestien. Like I'm done backing him in any capacity. Like he's so
I'll hit him again at 305. I'll hit him again at 305 for set one. Like I'll hit him. Like Musetti's not that good on grass, man. Like the difference with these guys is not like it's not 305 for the first set. Like
yeah.
it's also Lestien has that weird game, right? Like you know, he's got that kind of goofy slicey game. Like
I'm laying off. I'm not playing that. I'd much rather do the 200 with Karatsev than that. Like because like
I'm doing them both. Like
the thing with Lestien is like it doesn't matter if he's up 2 breaks. Like he could just completely go away for, you know, long period.
He actually doesn't really like he doesn't have like the ability to like easily hold serve, you know, like it's and he doesn't have like really weapons. He just like
just slices and dices the ball and hopes for a miss. Like
yeah.
I can't. I'm done. That match frustrated me so much that like he's on my hit list. Like yeah. The constant will be that I'm not betting him anymore.
305, I'm on it. Like 305, I'm in, you know?
Yeah. All right. Dan Evans and Alejandro Tabilo. Evans is a 3-game dog plus 150 on the money line. Over under 40.5. Tabilo is minus 180. I know Tabilo just won his title. I know he has a travel spot. It's not that big of a travel spot, but it is. I can't back Evans. I'm gonna lay the 3. I think like if it wasn't for that, Tabilo would be a more significant favorite.
Oh, of course. That's baked in.
I don't think it's baked in enough. Like I think if it was truly baked in, it would be like 4 or 5. Or yeah. Like I think Tabilo should be minus 200 or 220 at least.
I'll probably take Alejandro at minus 180 here. I was looking something up. Evans.
When was the last time Dan Evans has won a match against a top 30 player?
I mean, he beat Safla in Los Cabos, so he does have a win there. What I was looking at is it's not as bad as I thought, but I don't know. I think Evans is really hurting for confidence still. He just lost to Charles Broom in the Nottingham Challenger. Also, he was injured against Nakashima and had to retire.
Yeah, that too. I forgot about
I feel like for a guy who I think confidence really does matter, he's actually said it matters. He's choked a whole bunch of matches. Like he should have beat Shelton this year.
Remember the Eubanks win?
He should have beat Eubanks. He lost the third set tiebreaker to Rinderknecht. I think he might have had match points, or match point. Like I don't know, man. I wouldn't have much faith in Evans if he gets close to the finish line. So I'm on to below money line at minus 180. I know it's juiced, but I'm on it because of that. I am worried about this.
That injury is because he, looking back now, thinking about it, I think he turned his ankle pretty bad.
Against TFO or against Nakashima?
Nakashima.
Oh, Nakashima. Yeah.
Now you have to come back and play a guy that's kind of riding high with confidence from a title. I mean, like, yes, it's a quick turnaround. Like, so you can weigh it both ways. You could weigh it a confidence angle, or you could weigh it like a quick turnaround angle, right? And like, he's done this before where he's won a title going into a slam to Bilo. So like you would think that he would learn how to handle that, right? Like, and he lost
Maybe.
in Australia. So like, why would you want that same pattern to happen again? Like, you know, he should want to do better at the slam now. Like, come on.
Maybe I don't. I don't know. This is. I don't know that I buy that narrative, but I do think there's a. I do think that Evans has really like Evans has really struggled from winning positions this year. So I think based on that, I could get with to below money line. But that's it.
It's 1.5 sets is -105. That seems good.
Yeah.
All right. I hate how I have to scroll all the way down to get to the
I
next.
know. When I was going through the match, I was getting annoyed too when I was doing my researching.
Yeah. All right. Rusevori McDonald. Uh Rusevori is a 2-game favorite, -145 on the money line. Over under 39. Mackey's +120. Um, I'm kind of leaning like the over on sets here. Like, I like the 3.5. I actually like the 4.5 too at +250, but I'm probably gonna stay away.
I'm gonna stay away. I mean, my takeaway is that McDonald's not playing great, and
What's the no tiebreak there?
yeah, that should be pretty good. You should be able to get. I mean, that should be good for if you're doing a no tiebreak. Probably that should be a useful piece.
Where is it? Here it is. No tiebreak is +125. Not as good as I thought it would be, but still decent.
I mean, I don't really. I mean, McDonald seems like a pretty good guy to bet not to go to a tiebreak. He doesn't really have much in the way of like power, you know.
Yeah, but then Rusevori is very erratic.
Yeah, that seems like a really good play, actually.
Probably play that. Coria and Walton. Ugh, do we even have to talk about this one? I'd lean laying the 6 with Walton, but like, ugh.
I'm looking at something here.
I'm off of it. Meanwhile, England is down 1-0 to Slovakia.
Interesting.
So maybe Dan Evans will have
A happy day.
well, no, a depressing day because he's
Oh, right, right.
so maybe that adds some value on Tabilo.
Um. All right. I don't know. I mean, Korea. So it's kind of interesting. Korea in his last 13, and granted, this includes qualifying. I guess I can pull out qualifying. Oh, I can't actually. So I'll pull out the qualifying myself. But in his last in 10 his last 10 slam matches on hard or grass, Korea's won a set. I guess only 4 out of the 10. so maybe not as good as I thought. But this is Walton, man. I don't know. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Walton's kind of weaponless too. Like I think Coria could be Coria battles. Like I mean Walton will too. I think Coria could be good for a set here. I kind of like the
Over
3-1 to
3.5.
Walton at plus 250.
But okay, Corey has won sets and slams, but at Wimbledon?
Yeah, 2 of the past 3 years he's 2 of the past 3 years he's lost in the first round 3-1. Ivashka and Galan. Vesely beat him 3-0, but the third set was a tiebreak.
Hmm. You might be right. How has Walton done in at Wimbledon? Not good, probably.
I mean, how much has he even played slams, Walton? First time playing Wimbledon for Walton.
You might be right.
You also go with the over 3.5 sets at minus 120. I think that could be a good look too.
That's probably what I'm gonna play, but I really don't want to watch that match. Like if there was a match on the board you don't want to watch or follow, it's that one,
Yeah, you're probably right.
right? So
Yeah.
all right, next match is FAA against Kokkinakis. So FAA is a 3.5 game favorite, minus 250 on the money line, over under 41. Kokkinakis is plus 200. I get it that I think Kokkinakis is probably better on clay, similar to Poppy, but like with his big serve and his, kind of aggressive game, I think that Kokkinakis 2-1 is probably a good look.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I'd never want to lay games with FAA here.
I was also thinking maybe Kokkinakis plus the 3.5 games or over 3.5 sets.
Mm-hmm. Good parlay
Or maybe
piece.
even if you wanted to get more risky, the over the 41 games. Like, I don't know, man. I don't really.
How has Kokkinakis done at Wimbledon in the past?
I don't think he's done that well. I mean, I don't think grass is Kokkinakis' best surface.
No, it's not. But he still has a big serve and a big forehand.
Well, that A and B,
9-17 in his career on grass. Lost to Leandro Righty in qualifying here last year. In 22, he lost to Djokovic 1-4-2 in the second round.
yeah, he's only ever won a main draw match here once. I mean, it hasn't like I said, he's not a good I don't think he's a good grass court player. It's just, but do we think Felix is? And Felix outdoors? Like,
Yeah, I want to see what court this is played on, because if it's in well, I guess every court but court 1 and court 2, or center and court 1.
and this isn't getting on center or court 1. I mean, this is going to be.
It's gonna be court 3
It might be
4.
like one of those like whatever you want to call them, like lower like secondary show courts. Might be.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like this to me feels like an overmatch. Might even go over the 41 games. I don't. It doesn't feel to me like Felix is as quick as he used to be either.
What's the over 1.5 tie breaks? Plus 150. You like that look?
Yeah, I think all the overlooks here are good, man. Like,
FAA at Wimbledon. I know he made one run and lost to, I think, Berrettini in the quarters 2 years ago. Like, there's no reason why FAA should be better than grass.
I agree with that. I just don't know that he
His one loss was to Kopfer in pretty meek style. And remember, he just retired out of nowhere.
yeah.
Like, what the hell was that? That was awful. 22-12 in his career in grass.
Both these guys last, yeah.
But it's been a bad run as of late. Like, since his decline, he lost to Cressy and for Kubler, Mo last year, when he was coming back from injury, and then Kopfer this year. So it's not good. What's your favorite play here of all of them?
I think, like I said, it's either the over the 41 games or the plus 3.5. I don't, or maybe, yeah, I don't like. I think I think this ends up being like a closer match just because I think these guys are both going to struggle to break each other. I'm not really buying into Felix's like quick twitch return game because I don't think I think he's a lot. I think he's lost some of that like explosion post injury.
Yeah.
And I just generally don't buy into. I mean, Kokkinakis also doesn't. He's like Kokkinakis is explosive, but he's not like particularly quick either. So
I'm thinking about the over 41 versus the 5 sets because it's 250.
yeah, the 250 is a darn good price. I'll probably go for the 250.
You want to make that GBM?
I gotta think about it. Maybe I'll let you know.
All right. I would expect a match like that, the price to be like 230. Like, it's definitely going 4, right? And I don't think neither guy will like stop competing.
You'd think.
So yeah. All right. Where were we? Kaboli and Rinky. Interesting match here. Pure pick'em with an over under of 39.5. I'm higher on Kaboli than you, so I'm probably like, if I'm gonna play at this at a pick'em price, I'd probably lean Kaboli. Just a slightly bigger game. I think he can win a few more free points on serve, but this is where the match should be priced. So I'm probably not gonna play it, but it's a lean.
Yeah, I'm on over 3.5 sets here at minus 175. I don't see. Kaboli is erratic, but Rinky also doesn't have weapons to do anything himself here. So I think, I mean, it's juice, but I think this is a great time to hit that over 3.5 sets at minus 170.
Agreed.
The 4.5 sets at 240, I think would be a good look too. I mean, I think they're kind of similar, to be honest. Probably slight preference to the over 3.5 sets in this one.
I would agree with that. That will definitely be on the top of the list for my over 3.5 set parlay on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, Henry Searle and Marcos Giron. Searle is a 6-game dog, plus 425 on the money line, over under 36.5. Giron is minus 600. I don't trust Giron to win in straight sets. So I'm probably going to play the over 3.5, but do you have a play here?
No, I'm staying away. I kind of agree with you, which is why I'm staying away.
Like, I think Giron is the way better player, right? But he did beat Kovacevic, but then he lost 6-4 to Purcell and 3-2 to Sonego in Eastbourne. Lost 4-3 to Rinky. Lost 6-6 to Evans. 6-4 to Kudla. It seems like he's losing a lot of close sets.
Searle or your own?
Searle.
Searle, yeah.
Like he's competitive, but he can't get over the hump. And like I don't
Well,
want to.
Sterling's like 18. I think he's a young kid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains it.
I think he's the one.
Oh, he's the boys champion
Yeah.
from last year.
So he's actually doing rather well, all things considered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna stay away.
Me too.
Holger against Sunwoo Kwon. Uh wow, this seems off to me. Uh Kwon to win a set plus 125. Like, do you trust Rune to win 3-0 against anyone? Especially on a grass court?
Not necessarily. What I'm really waiting for to come out is the player total. Some totals here and some spreads. I'm thinking I'll probably end up getting with I think the Rune over 18.5. If that's out there, if that ends up being a line that's out there, feels really fantastic to me.
Let me see if I can get it on another book. Tell you where it might be priced around. Over 18.5. No, I don't see it here either. But I mean, over 32.5 is kind of similar.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, Bruin played one grass court match and then lost to Thompson.
yeah, I think getting with Kwon in some capacity is the way to go here for sure. Kwon's a good player, man. He just doesn't ever play. I don't know why. I know he has to do military service in the Korean Army, but I think he's deferred that until next year.
Yep.
But that might be the answer, right? If he knows, that's probably. I mean, that is the answer.
That's probably it. Yeah.
It's because he was hurt, he was injured, and I'm betting he's just like being financially smart and just making sure he maximizes his protected ranks because he knows he has to go to the military anyways. I think he has to do 2 years in the military.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. I have family in the Korean Army, so like I know. Yeah.
do they have like sports departments in the Korean Army?
I don't know. All I know is it's pretty strict. Like they don't like let people get away with not doing it, you know?
You have to be but if you win the Asian games, or if you win an
Get an
Olympic medal.
exemption, yeah. But I think he lost. Didn't he like get far and then he like lost in the final or something like that?
Oh, and that he flipped out. Like he had like a pretty bad like
Meltdown?
I understand. Like that'd be a pretty like if you if it's like win this match, you have to go into the army, like,
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much forgiveness. It's a very like homogeneous society in Korea. Like it's a very they're very like prideful for their country, and
Yep.
it's just, and you kind of understand because like they went through a war and stuff, and it's like advancing a lot, and like they're very prideful people. So
Well,
like
there's also a consistent real threat of a war with North Korea.
right, exactly.
So like that, there's a reason for doing it, right? Like,
But it's terrible for his tennis career that he lost that. Like
well, that's exactly it, right? So my theory is, and I don't know, I haven't heard him say. I actually did listen to an interview, but they didn't bring this up specifically. Obviously, there's no way they can. But my theory is he got hurt, and once he got to the point where he was using protected ranks, it's like you get 12 of them. So like use them on like the biggest tournaments, right? Like use them for slams and masters where the payouts are the highest.
right. Yeah, and then he did play a couple challengers like in his home country, Busan.
Yeah, but he got wild cards into those, so he didn't have to use a protected rank.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. He used the protected ranking in Miami. And then he
Yeah,
played
he did.
Ramos, yeah. Beat Rusevori easily.
I mean, that's what I mean. When he's played, he's beaten Rusevori. He beat Mueller.
Took a set
Like,
off Porta.
yeah, he took a set off a quarter. Like when he's played, he's been reasonably decent. Like it's not like he's like terrible. You know what I mean? He just like, and I think he's playing quite a bit. Like just not in like official ATP matches. Like
Yeah.
so, yeah, I mean, I'm completely on quantity. I don't know about money line. That seems ambitious, but um,
Yeah, but the price is damn good. Like,
I know, but
I'm definitely taking Kwan to win a set. I might actually take the first set money line, actually.
yeah, I think the Quan to win a set is. I mean, I think I like the Quan to win a set in general. I think that's where I'll go with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
GBM?
sure. Give me the GBM.
All right. Nice, nice. I like that. All right. Next match here is where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hurkacz and Radu Albot. QB's a 7-game favorite minus 2,500 over under 32. Albot is plus 1,100 on the money line. So my play here might actually surprise you. But I'm playing the no tiebreak here. And what price did I get on it? Let me check again. Oh, I guess they took the match down on this book. But I think it was like plus 130.
Okay.
I just think like it's going to be hard for Albot to hold serve 6 times. Like I know that Hubie's not a good returner, but like Albot's serve is just like get the ball in. You know? Like it's not.
It's a good point. It's a good point on the player matchup. You know, like he doesn't have the weapons to blow Hubie off the court. It's a good point.
And like once the rally starts, like Hubie, you know, he redirects the ball, like, you know, he hits that backhand down the line pretty well.
Yeah.
He comes in, like it's going to be really hard for Albot to manufacture, you know, to win points. And like if you look at Wimbledon last year, first round he beat Ramos Manolas 1-4-4. I mean, Choinsky was 4-4-6, but like I know there was a tiebreak in there, but like he can win. He can find breaks. Is my point. Like,
Yeah, the problem is you have to find 3 of them for that to hit. I'm staying away now. I was gonna hit Albot like plus like 7.5. I would probably hit Albot, but 7 probably no thanks.
yeah. I wish this was flipped because I would certainly take the under 19.5 at even money.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's really all I would take. Like, I think this is like a 4-4-3 kind of match.
Well, that's 7. That's 7.
Yeah. So I think it's
Right?
accurate.
Like, yeah.
Just I want to play it in some other capacity, you know, like. Yeah, I think Hubie is a pretty comfortable match for Hubie. It's a good matchup for him. Moving down the list, we got Draper and Elias Ymer. Draper's an 8-game favorite, minus 3,300, over 30.5. Ymer's 12 to 1 to win. I mean, I think Draper's overvalued, but like as a whole, like in terms of his prospects to win this tournament, like this match itself, I'm gonna stay away. Like, how about you?
Give me a second. All right, so in his career against top 50 players, on hard or grass courts, Emer is 3-19, and he's 4-32 on all surfaces. I don't know if you've seen Emer play. He's really weaponless.
Yeah, I've seen him play once or twice. Like when
He's quick around the court. Him and his brother are both kind of similar. Eli's the worst one. They're quick around the court, but they're really weaponless. They're really pushers. Like to use a club term,
Don't tell Taylor Fritz that, because his brother came back and demolished him in that final 3 sets last year.
His brother's better.
Yeah,
his brother's actually much more of a real kind of player.
That's true.
Eli is really weaponless. One of Emer's wins, by the way, one of those 3 wins was a few months ago against Agut. One of those top 50 wins was against Baez on a hard court, so that's not too exciting. I just think he really I've gone with the under 31. Well, now it's 30. I would do it at 30.5, but now it's under 31. It's even better. That's my play here, is to go under 31 games. I don't okay, so I don't see Emer taking a set. And then on top of that, he's he doesn't really have that much of a serve. So how's he gonna force tie breaks?
Yeah.
To get to the 31. How's he gonna force 7-5 sets in tie breaks? So I really I think this could be out in the because it's Emer, and Draper's such a much better just player. It's the first round of the event.
Yeah.
This in my mind could be another. This in my mind should be where the Alcaraz Lahal spread is. Just because
but the over under in that match is like 28.5 or 27.5, right?
Right. And I think I think this over under should be less than 30. I think it should be in the 20, somewhere in the high 20s, 28, 29, something like that. So yeah, I'm more than happy to take the
under 31.
Yeah.
You're talking me into it. I hate backing Draper though. I really do. He honestly I don't know what he did to deserve this, but he just pisses me off.
It's probably all the retirements, all the weakling retirements.
The weak retirements. I don't know. It's just, but you're right. He might, and I might have to do it. Has Elias Emer, is he just taking the place of his brother, or how did he get into this tournament?
Qualified.
Oh, he qualified?
Yeah.
And did he beat anyone decent? Shimbakuro, Trungaletti, and Neumeyer. Not really. Yeah.
I just think for a guy like that, right? Again, it's the stats make sense. For a guy like Emer, who just doesn't have the weapons, how is he going to beat these top players? Draper's a really good tennis player. He's really talented. The only way for him to win is if Draper makes a bunch of errors.
You're right. I'm going to tell you. I like it. You talked me into it. It's good. What's next? Fernley and Moro Kanyas. I'm not going to be watching this, so I'm staying away.
Yeah, it's not a match I have very much interest in. I agree.
Let's move on. Duckworth and Demonor. 2 Aussies here. Demonor is a 7.5 game favorite, minus 1,600. Duckworth is plus 850. Over under 31.5. Duckworth has had a good grass court season, but that being said, I don't think it's I think he's really going to struggle to win points at the back from the back of the court. Like once the return comes in play, it's going to be really hard for him to manufacture points. I'd probably lean the under 31.5, but then Duckworth has served well this grass court swing, so I'm probably going to stay off.
Yeah, I'm staying off it. I mean, yeah, it's.
And like Demonor 3-0.
I think usually these spreads are pretty good at reflecting like the overall differences between player level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so far, the one I guess, yeah. I mean, the Dimitrov I just got a good price. That's the reason I took that big spread. And then the Draper was because of the specific matchup with Emer. But generally speaking, I think it's really hard to get like and with those spreads, so much of it too is like, does the player convert the second break when they're already up a break in the third? You know, like and 2 sets, like.
Yeah. Have these guys played in the past?
They must have.
But that being said, Demonor is so much better right now than he used to be.
Yeah.
So they played once. They played in Atlanta 2 years ago. Demonor won 4-4. So yeah. Staying away there. Next match, Munar and Harris. Munar is a 3.5 game dog, plus 155 on the money line, over under 39. Harris is minus 185. Harris has played a lot recently. Like I want to back him in some capacity, but then I'm also worried about that, the fatigue angle slightly with him. Like
I love Munar here, man.
Really?
Yeah, he's a better grass court player than you think. Like he doesn't play much on it, but he's better than you think on the grass. Munar. Will that be true? The last 2 years, Munar has won his first round match at Wimbledon.
Okay.
He took Norrie to 5 sets back in 22 when Norrie was at his peak.
Okay, that's pretty impressive.
Like, yeah, I mean, I think he's, like when he won, like when he Munar actually he's developed like, I don't know, a little bit of an attacking game when he wants to attack, when he's like feels like attacking. He doesn't always feel like it, but like I feel like he's actually made a little bit of progression there recently, like getting just like I'm not gonna say he's like an attacking player now, but more so than he used to be. And I just don't think Billy Harris is all that good, man. Like, how good can Billy Harris really be?
Not great, but like, I mean, Munar is 2-12 in his career in grass. It's not like,
Yeah, but a lot, I guess, yeah, and that's fair. But if you pull just the last, if you pull like a shorter time period, right? Like, it's better. I mean, I get it. Like his wins are Montero and Isner, but like if you look the last 2 years here at Wimbledon, he's been decent. Mallorca's a weird tournament, so I don't know how much.
I don't like Musetti 4-3-1. Really?
Like that's bad, right? But I don't know. Like, look, do I think Munar's a good player on grass? No. Do I think that he's equal to Billy Harris? Probably. And you're getting plus, like, I think this should be pick.
Oof. Wow. I can't get there with you. It's not with Harris. Like, I understand Harris might be fatigued and he might, like, there might be some regression from what we've seen in the last couple weeks from him, but I can't get there. Like, Harris does have a decent serve and like he has an aggressive game, like, and I agree that the price should be like slightly different. I think Munar maybe like plus 130, plus 125 maybe, but not pick. I'm staying away, but you're wait, what are you playing? Munar money line?
Lunar money line, yeah. This is one of my. I like this play a lot. I think Lunar is really live here. I'm not. I mean,
Okay.
so I mean, who has Harris beaten? He's beaten Echeverry, and like who's the best player on grass that Billy Harris has beaten during this run?
Chang.
Okay, that's my point, right? Like, it's I don't know, man. I think like a lot of this for Harris has been good draws,
Kaboli.
Caboli's the answer. Caboli's the answer. And Caboli's probably a little better than Munar on grass, but probably not that much. I mean, like I said, if you want to say this should be pick, like I don't think Munar should be a favorite. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, but it's plus 155. Like, even if you think, I don't know, I have a hard time getting this all the way out to plus 155 is my point. Like,
Okay.
I don't think that Harris is that much better than Munar on grass.
Okay. Well, I'll be rooting for you. Rooting for you. All right, next match is Nishikori and Rinderknecht. Nishikori is a 4.5 game dog plus 240 on the money line, over under 39.5. So I am low on Rinderknecht. I don't think he's as good as like I think he's a little bit overvalued by the books. I love the over 3.5 sets here as a parlay piece. Nishikori tends to play a lot of 4 or 5 set matches. Because like he doesn't have many weapons, but he's quick, like even though he's been hurt so much, like he has quick twitch muscles. So like I think grass actually suits him. First match.
I don't know, man. He's played 2 matches in the past year. Or he's played 2 matches, since July. 2 matches in the past 11 months. I guess 3. He got hurt again against Shelton, had to retire. Like, it's just.
Yeah, but that was the second match. Like he may have just been like totally fatigued.
So fatigued they had to take off for a month.
Yeah, but his ranking is out of the top 300, so it's like.
So he's just burning. Yeah, you're right. He's probably just trying to be smart about burning his protected ranks. That's probably fair. He's probably like, I just don't know what kind of like. I don't know. I think Nishikori is a huge question mark here. I'm staying away completely. I think Nishikori is way too big of a question mark.
I'm probably gonna play the 5 set line here at plus 265. It's gonna be my play.
I
He went
I mean,
first match against Diallo.
I mean, I have a hard time trusting Nishikori's. Well, that's because he went up 2 sets and then he looks like he fell apart. Like,
Still found a way to win.
I don't.
Yeah, maybe the Nishikori set 1 at plus 170. Something Nishikori. I think this line is slightly off. Because like if they get into rallies and Nishikori is somewhat fit, I actually think Nishikori has the edge in baseline rallies.
No idea. I'm not. I mean, I don't know. It's really hard to convince me to bet on somebody that's played twice in a year.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
But I get it because maybe he's really not that hurt and he's just burning protected rankings. Like it's really hard to say. Like the thing with Quan is we've seen now over several matches where he's kind of like doing this, playing every couple months and playing well.
Right.
Round same thing, right? Like this Nishikori, I just haven't seen enough yet to prove that this is that this is good.
I just don't like Rinderknecht. For me, it's like a fade on him.
Okay.
I just think he's very, very one-dimensional and just yeah, he's tall, he has a big serve, but he does nothing well, in my opinion.
Well, he serves with it.
Serves well, but like Nishikori is a good returner.
Was.
Okay. All right. All right, next match is Luca Pui and Laszlo Jiri. So Pui is a 4-game favorite, minus 225 on the money line. Jiri is plus 185, over under 39.5. I think this is pretty accurate.
I'll play Jerry on the money line at plus 185. I'm going to completely hold my nose doing it. He did relatively well on the grass last year.
Yeah, but last year he was also in way better form.
I know.
Better form.
I know. I know.
It's hard for me to back Jerry. His energy level is just so bad too. Like he just like it feels like he just mopes around the court half the time.
He's been very mopey the past few months. I'll give you that.
He lost to Zapata Miralles.
Badly too. Yeah. You know.
First match on grass like that. Back.
You know what? I'm not going to play this
goes
anymore.
against
You
your-
talked me off of it. Yeah, this is just a nightmare.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm talking about. I like the Monday card way better than the Tuesday card.
Yeah. For me, they're pretty equal at this point.
Darderi and Choinsky. I also think the matches are better on Monday, like just as a whole.
This is just as tennis matches, yeah.
Darderi and Choinsky. I'm staying away just because, like, I think Darderi is better, but I also think like Choinsky is a better grass court player, so I think they kind of cancel each other out.
Yeah, and for whatever it's worth, Koinski's at home.
Yeah.
I mean, Koinski's, I don't think he's really a grass court player. I think he's more of a clay guy, but like, Koinski's at home. He certainly has more familiarity than Darderi with grass, so I'm staying away, but yeah.
If this gets to plus 200, though, I would probably lean Choinsky,
Okay.
but not at 185. Again, not a match I'm going to be watching.
Yeah. How many matches left? We got to be almost done.
Yeah, getting there. Maybe like 10 or 15.
All right. Wow.
Paul Job against Tiago Seaboth Wilch. Job is a 2-game favorite, minus 145 on the money line, over under 40. Plus 120 on the money line for Seaboth Wilch. I didn't see too much of that Shelton match with Job. How is his serve?
Not great. I mean, I honestly, Jubb is like very mediocre, but he kind of just keeps the ball in play. I don't think he's very tall, Jubb. He looked a little shorter when I was watching him.
Don't you think that over-under is quite high for two guys that are not known for their serve?
Yeah, Jubb is 5'11". He's not tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, the over-under looks a little high at first glance. I'm not going to play this match, but I agree with you. Like, I think the under 40 could be a good look here. Especially with Wilch. Like, Wilch has tendency to do stupid
Erratic,
stuff.
yeah, erratic behavior. What's the no tiebreak? I wonder if they have that. Job.
I might actually play the under 40.
Plus 150, no tiebreak. I like that. I'm going to play that.
Nice.
You know what? I'm gonna wait. I actually want to see the how prevalent tiebreaks are on the first day. Like and just maybe see maybe the conditions are slightly different. You know, maybe outer courts are way quicker. Like I'm gonna kind of wait with that. But yeah, I think the under 40 is also a good look. Halise and Eubanks. Even money. For Halise, Eubanks is minus 120. Over-under is like probably the highest in the first round at 44.5. I still
44.5 is insane.
It's crazy. That's insane.
It's basically the equivalent of a 26.5 and a best of 3.
But it's funny. I would actually lean over than under, even at that.
Okay.
Crazy. But
I mean, maybe on principle you have to play the under, but 5 sets is only plus 220.
I mean, it's a pick a match, right? Like this is perfectly spelled out to be high totals.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about Halis in the draw preview.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's I mean, and that's all nice. But like, I mean, Eubanks, like this is his surface, right? Like maybe he's terrible. Maybe he's just not good. Like maybe that's the answer. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sure I want to back Halis either. Like it's like I think like I don't know. Like I think these guys might be pretty equal.
Eubanks has a ton of points to defend, though.
Well, yeah, but that's also like it's his last chance, right? Like this is his last chance to stay on the tour. Right? Like could be motivation, right? Like
It's this or commentating.
I mean it is, right? Like
Right. What's the over 1.5 tie breaks here?
may not even be plus money.
Minus 110.
Wow. Yeah, I mean that actually seems like a pretty good play.
I'm probably gonna go there.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but it's wow. Over half a tiebreak is minus 714. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right. So no play for you?
I don't think so. I mean, I might end up. Yeah, it's I know play for me.
All right, moving on. RCB, Carballes Baena, and Sasha Zverev. RCB +9, plus 1,500 over under of 29.
This is another awful match. Like RCB, like he's at his best, like on slow courts, like in hot conditions where it's like a mental battle war. Because that's what he's good at, right? He's really mentally tough and he runs a lot of balls down.
Yeah.
Zverev's really good on slower courts where the ball bounces up and he can hit from the zone. And he can run down balls and do different stuff. These conditions aren't good for either player. I was really hoping they'd be good for I was really hoping for them to be good for one person or the other, so that way to have some sort of edge. But I think with like 9 is like it's just depressing. Like
I'm leaning on taking the 9 though. Like I don't really trust Zverev against he plays down to the level of the opposition. Like there are a lot of matches he plays really close.
I know it's just like RCB is the opposite. Like he gets destroyed by these big guys. So, like remember what happened to Alcaraz against Alcaraz in Miami? And you could argue like, oh, Alcaraz is erratic. That's what I do when I took the 7.5, whatever, and was like 2-1. Like
What's RCB to win a set here? 250?
250. I mean, like I said, I'm staying away because I don't like. I think you can make the same. I think you can make the same case against Zverev. Like you can make the same case you did against Zverev, but I can make a pretty good case, like a pretty good anti-Baena case.
Yeah, how has Zverev done here in first rounds though? Like that's the next thing I want to see. Mm. Zverev at Wimbledon. So last year that match against Gilles Brouwer was close, 4-6 and 6, but Baena is a totally different player, so I'm not gonna wait.
Yeah, I think Baena, like when he's up against like weaker competition like that, he can be competitive. The problem is like,
but then
when he's up against better players, I just don't know what he does.
He played Duckworth and lost or beat him 5-2 in love.
I mean, that's Duckworth, right? The problem is like
Donskoy was 4-6-3. Paul-Henri Mathieu back in 16. I mean, yeah. It's a stay away. It's a stay away. I mean,
I think so. Like,
if there's anything though, it would be Vienna to win a set. If anything. At that-
yeah. Buying against the top 10 in his career, 1-17. The one win was the win over Holger Rune at the US Open when Rune had a bad back.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a clay grinder. It's tough to back him on.
It's not just a grinder. He doesn't have anything to beat top guys.
Mhm.
Like, and you really look at the tournaments he does well in, like Marrakech, hot, difficult conditions, windy, crappy courts. South America, same thing, right? A lot of hot conditions, crappy courts. Like he almost needs the other player to have that adversity to like bring the level down, so that way his mental toughness plays like a higher role in his athleticism.
Good point. Good point. All right, Roman Safulin against Francisco Cerundolo. This is an interesting match. Pure pick'em. Over under 40. I mean, Roman is a slight favorite, slightest of favorites.
I'm tempted to get behind Roman here, man.
Yeah, I was thinking the other way around.
I don't think very highly of Cerundolo on
Non-clay surfaces. Yeah, he's multiple times. But like Roman has had a rough go of things recently.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he lost a tough match against Berrettini in Stuttgart, and Berrettini made a nice run. Lost a 3-setter to Marajan. Like, that's not good, but it's not terrible. You know what, though?
He hasn't won a match since like before Rome.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so he's lost 3 matches in a row.
Mute, Slavovic, yeah, Berrettini and Mar. No, 4 matches in a row.
No, Mute was wrong. He's on a 5-match losing streak. That's fair. I guess starting with that's fine. He's on a 5-match losing streak. Munar, but that's Munar, Mute, and Lajovic on clay, and Berrettini, and
it's hard for me to back a guy who doesn't have a winning feeling in like 3 months.
Yeah, I
like
hear
having
you.
that winning taste in your mouth means something, you know, like his confidence might be shot.
Maybe, but I don't know, man. Like, I don't think this is a Dan Evans situation. Like,
I don't think it's as bad, but I think it exists. And Roman is a confidence-based player because he's extremely aggressive. Like if he's not,
he's extremely aggressive. I don't know if he's a confidence-based player.
To execute those shots, you need some level of confidence, though.
Yeah, but does his confidence like come and go like that? Like Dan Evans, it definitely does. I don't know if it does for Roman. I feel like he's I don't know. This is a tough match to cap, you know. Maybe this is right. I might stay away. This might be right.
5 sets is plus 240. I like the over 3.5 sets here.
Yeah.
That's probably the way I'm playing it. It's going to be a parlay piece in the over 3.5 set. Like I can't see either of these guys just winning easily.
Okay, makes sense. I think I can get behind that.
Yeah, but otherwise, like picking a side is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Now this match, this is a fun one to talk about. Korda and Fokina. 5.5 game favorite for Korda, minus 350, plus 275 for Fokina, over under 38. I'll let you go first here.
Korda Fokina. I'm off it. I think in terms of like overall player skill, this is closer than the line suggests, but if there's gonna be wind, man, Foki. If there's gonna be wind, if I need Foki to win big points, I'm just not interested in that. But I think it's closer than the score line. Like I think it's close. In terms of player talent, I think it's closer than the score than the line suggests. You know.
Yeah.
Like my initial cap would be like maybe 3.5, 4, but then you add in the wind problem and Foki choking and like all of a sudden I don't really see anything I could back here. So I'm staying away.
MP9 was hilarious. He's like, I hate these books for making me play Fokina. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, I guess he thinks that 275 is way too high, you know, like, and it was a funny way of putting it because like, whenever you bet Fokina, you just like pray, right?
Yeah.
It's a brutal watch. I'm gonna lay off this. Like, it's a match I want to watch, but it's not a match I want to bet. Let's put it that way.
Fair. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like it's a fun, really fun match to watch. But when you have like money on it, it's gonna.
There also might be some good live betting angles in that one.
It's true. But like we talk about how Korda is like one of the worst guys to bet to begin with, and then you add Fokina to the mix, and it's like, what am I doing here? Taro Daniel and Tsitsipas. Why can't Tsitsipas play someone else besides Taro Daniel? Like, really?
I know, right? Like this matchup is begging you to hit Taro Daniel. I might actually lay the games with Tsitsipas. It just feels like such a good matchup for him.
On grass, though, when the grass is like lush.
I mean, yeah, I still might. Like, can Taro Daniel put any pressure on him to make it matter? That's the question.
Yeah, Taro Daniel's terrible on grass.
It's not even like terrible or not terrible, though, right? Like, he could be a qualifier who's terrible and that'd be fine if he had a big serve and like a big attacking game, right? But this is just like a bad matchup. This is a good matchup for Steph.
Like if this was Pericard.
Right, exactly. If
Right?
it would be like if this would be Pericard pre-Leon, right? Like the bad version of Pericard.
You get Pericard now. Does it matter? Pre-Leon, not pre-Leon, doesn't matter.
Yeah, true.
And you just need a big serve and a guy that can direct it to the backhand, and you're good.
Exactly.
Like Eubanks beat him here last year.
Yeah.
You know? But I'm off of this. I'm not backing Tsitsipas on grass, but I can't back Daniel because the matchup is so bad.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
So it's like a combination of the two. Next match is, I think we're almost done. We got like 4 more matches left. Fritz and O'Connell. Fritz is a 7-game favorite, minus 1,600 on the money line. O'Connell's plus 850, over under 34.5. I want to back O'Connell, but O'Connell hasn't played.
Yeah. I'm going to violate all the rules here. With Fritz's level of returning and his first set struggles in tournaments in general, I'm going to take O'Connell. That first set at plus 375 looks awfully tasty, man.
What's him to just win a set? Plus 125?
I think his best chance is the first one.
Not necessarily, because like he competes.
But Fritz, I think, once he's gotten a set under his belt, will get more locked in.
I really wish this match was Monday, not Tuesday. I would like it better if it was played quicker. Like then the turnaround with the Eastbourne title and stuff. Like
yeah.
I actually prefer the first set tiebreak at plus 350 than the set one money line at plus 375. If you're gonna play that, because like I feel like if it gets to a tiebreak, like Fritz has more tools.
You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll play the first set tiebreak at 350. I think you're right. I think that's the right play.
Yeah.
And I want something big plus money because, like, I think O'Connell had like an undisclosed injury or something. So,
Yeah,
like, I had like
he hasn't played since Rome.
right. That's what I mean. He retired at Rome, had an undisclosed injury, and then never made it back. So, like, until now. So, like,
Yeah.
I don't really want anything that like counts on O'Connell like having any fitness or like, you know, like the first set tiebreak, give him my 6 hold at plus 350, give him my 3.5 units and get out of there. Like,
Right. I mean, Fritz, even in Queen's first set against Raonic was a tiebreak.
I mean, he's playing a ton. Like, he struggles to return on grass. It's like when the bounce is too low, it's a real when it like skids in. He's not quick. He's not athletic enough. Like, he's fine side to side, but when it comes to like things like dealing with like weird bounces and stuff, he's not. He's not good at that.
Yeah. I'm just seeing. I mean, we also talk about Fritz, his struggles in like first rounds and like, first sets of first rounds, right?
Yeah, O'Connell for sure. Or not O'Connell, Fritz for sure. Right. So like, it just feels like everything's adding up here to a good look at the first set, whether that be the
I hear you.
yeah, probably for me the tiebreak is what I like the best. And the more you bring it up, I think that's right. I mean, because still, I mean, for still the big serve, it's still hard to break.
Yeah. All right, Etch against Nardi. Etch is a 2.5 game favorite, minus 155 on the money line, over under a 40. Oh, God. I kind of like
Either Nardi 3-1 or Nardi 3-2 here as a dog. Maybe Nardi 3-1. The dog Nardi 3-1
plus
at
500.
Because like Etch competes and he's probably good enough to win a set. But I think Etch or Nardi is probably good enough to win on the money line. Maybe it's just Nardi. Maybe it's just two places like separate Nardi money line and the over 3.5 sets. That could be a play here too. But I do feel like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like Nardi. I feel like Nardi's at least a flip here. And I think that maybe not at least a flip, but I feel like Nardi's got a really good chance here.
I agree. I think Etch on grass has been really poor.
Yeah.
He's only won one match in his career, and that was against Zapata Morales, or two matches. One against Zapata, one against Sem Ikel in 21 in qualifying. But he's
And
lost
then one against
to
Zapata Morales last year. Yeah.
Eris, Wawrinka, and that was in 5 sets too.
Yeah.
Wolf, Humbert, Shang, and Ramonthon.
Yeah, I mean, I like Nardi here money line for sure, and then I also like the I do like H2 in his sex. I do think he competes pretty well,
Yeah.
which leaves like the 3-1 or the 3-2 for Nardi maybe.
I mean, Nardi has only one win on grass. I mean, it was this year against Gofan 5-5, but like he lost a quarter 5-5. Actually, that's not a bad result. 5-5 is not terrible. Kokonakis lost in 3 and Rinky lost in 3. So like he's been competitive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play the Nardi money line at 130. That's gonna be my play. Oh, the Van Ash Fonini line is up. Pure pick. I think you got to hit Fonini.
I pick Fonini. I pick Fonini. Yeah, I pick Fonini. Van Ash has been struggling lately, man. He's been in a
Really
little bit
struggling. Is that GBM?
Sure.
Nice. I gotta hit that before the line moves. Because I think it's gonna move in Fonini's favor. I'm gonna play it now. All right. 2 more matches left. We got Vit Kopriva against Novak Djokovic. I got no interest. I got to see Djokovic play with the knee problem. I don't like Kopriva is probably the worst player on the draw, as you stated before. I'm sure you're on the same page, right?
Yeah, I agree. This is a pass for me.
And the last match is Yoshi and Borges. All right. It's a pick 'em.
I'm staying away. I mean, the under 40 looks kind of appetizing here, given that neither of these guys really have a great serve.
Mm-hmm.
And given Yoshi's just general whininess, like I don't know if he'll start whining against Borges, but I kind of like under 40 here. I think that's probably my take.
Yoshi was not bad. Like he was competitive in 2 matches against Vukic this week.
I know. Like he's not always right. Like this is all percentages and probabilities. It's just like he occasionally does it, right? Like,
right. Yeah. Yeah, I would lean the under 40 too. But any rollover candidates that you were thinking about?
Trying to think through the draws. I mean, maybe
Mahak.
trying to think. I'm trying to look who I've got picked.
Halis?
Oh man, well.
Halis is interesting because are Eubanks. Because whoever gets through that match, then you play Karatsev or Kachanov.
Yeah, but I don't want to even make a pick on the first match. So like then it can't be a rollover candidate, right? That's the problem. Like,
Yes.
like
You just see who gets through. Then you
oh,
play
I mean, I
from there.
guess. I mean, we have the 66-1, but Yari would be a theoretical candidate if you wanted to play it that way instead.
Yeah.
But I think the 66-1 is on the quarter futures is better.
How about Nardi for the first 2 matches until he gets well, maybe you could play it against Djokovic. He beat him already once.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Nardi, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, it depends what the line is. Like I kind of hate like I don't. I'll occasionally do it, but I'm usually not a fan of like the pre-designated rollover because you just don't know what the line's going to be.
Yeah, that's true. I don't see too many good money line rollover candidates, honestly.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, it's harder for the favorites or the underdogs to win in slams, right?
Ooh, you know who my money line rollover candidate will be? Marjan. Because I'm already playing him as a plus 320 dog against Struth, and then I think he'll be a dog against Zhang. And then Medvedev.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would be surprised if Marjan were a dog against Zhang. Oh, against Zhang Zhizhen.
Slight dog, right? Both
Maybe
guys
a
are
slight
pure
dog.
dog.
It'll probably be close to pick.
But both guys are pure dog or past guys, right? So
yeah, that could be an interesting little rollover candidate.
And then Medvedev. I think either Marjan or Zhang or Struff are all live against Medvedev.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting take. That's a very interesting. I like that take. That's an interesting take. I'm not on it again. I'm not on the first one. So like,
okay.
I just think like, I think like, I don't know.
That's gonna be my look. I'm gonna probably roll it over. Arnaldi. But I think he's going to be whoever wins the Arnaldi Foe match is going to be a favorite against either Corch or Alves. So I don't really want to roll that over. And then the winner of that will play Alcaraz. So no, thank you. Maybe Thompson.
Maybe depends what the line is against Nakashima. Like, yeah, Thompson's a good candidate. Actually, Thompson is a good rollover candidate. Yeah, that's actually a good one. But I don't even think I'm on the first one. But that's the thing. Like, I'm not even on the first one. So like,
yeah, but then it's Alcaraz in the 4th round. So
what?
Then it's Alcaraz in the 4th round. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I saw. Yeah, I mean, I guess like if you like some of these like rollovers, like money lines in the first round, then it's fine. I just don't. I don't love a whole ton of the dogs here.
I like the money line rollovers when they're a dog in the first round.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so Mensick.
Again, I don't even want to hit him in the first round though. Like, like I'm staying away from the first round. So like, yeah, for me, I don't have any.
No, okay. I'm gonna do the Marjan. I think that's a fun one. So our recap of our plays for Tuesday. Where does it start? So Poppy Montero, what was your on the overs?
Um, yeah, Montero plus the 3.5 of the over 41.5.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably on the over 3.5 sets, but that's it. Rublev Komasana, I think we're both off of that, right?
Murray Makacha, I got nothing. You talked me off of that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
Um,
back Makach in some capacity. Fee Stricker,
you actually talked me off of that, but I'm not on that anymore.
okay, I'm off too. Kachanov Karatsev.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite. One of my favorite plays is the Karatsev set one money line at 2-1.
Okay, I'm on, I think Karatsev to win a set at +1 or over 3.5
Okay.
sets at -125. That's gonna be my play. Nori Diaz Acosta. I think we're both off of
Nope.
it because of the collarbone. I'm
I'm
not.
on the Shen 305 set one money line.
Oh, I wish you luck. I wish you luck. Too bad you don't have any hair to pull out.
Yeah.
Evans and Tabilo. I'm gonna be on Tabilo, probably the -1.5 sets there. Wow, the
And I'll
line.
just be on with the straight money line.
Holy shit, that line moved big time. Wow. All right, this didn't move luckily, but I think it was 185 when we discussed it.
Oh yeah. This may not be that. That's a no play now. 215. I'm off that now.
Jesus.
That goes away.
Oh yeah, you just played Tabilo money line, right? That was your initial play.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm probably completely off.
Rusevori McDonald.
Nothing for me.
Yeah. I might play the under tiebreak there. Maybe the under on games. I gotta think about it. Coria Walton. I think you're on the Walton 3-1, right?
Yeah, 3-1 Walton. Yep.
I'm probably on the over 3.5 sets.
I'm gonna play both of them to be honest.
Okay. We can make the over 3.5 sets of GBM if you want.
Let's do it.
Nice. All right, FAA Kokonakis. I'm probably gonna play Kokonakis in some capacity. I haven't decided yet, but money line.
Yeah, I'm either the plus 3.5 or the over
41.
41. I'm probably the over 41.
Yeah, I might do that too. We can make that GBM as well if you want. Kaboli Rinky, I want to watch that match, so I think I'm gonna play the Kaboli money line at -110. I just think he's a better player. 5 sets might also be a play. I think you were on that, right? Kaboli Rinky or over 3.5?
Over 3.5 sets.
Over 3.5. Okay. Yeah.
But I think 5 is a good look too. I think all the overs there. I mean, all the over sets there are good looks.
Yeah. Searle and Giron, I'm off of that. I think you're off of it too. Rune,
Yeah.
Kwan, I think we're on Kwan to win a set, right?
Yep.
That's GBM.
Yep.
Hubie, Radu, Albot, I think we're both off that.
I'm off it, yeah.
Right?
Draper, I'm under the 31, so are you.
I might play the tie break.
Okay.
Draper Emer under 31. We can make that GBM too if you want. I like that.
Yeah, let's keep hitting them. Boom.
Fernley Kanyes, we're off of it. Duckworth Demonor, we're off. You're all over Munar, right?
Yeah, I'm still on Munar here. Yeah.
I'm off of that. I'm on Nishikori in some capacity, probably the over 3.5 sets or over 4. I might play the 5 set line here, actually. At +265, I think. Pui Jerry, we're both off. Darderi Choinsky, we're both off.
Both
I think.
off. Jub will Tom on. Under 40. Under 40.
Not GBM, but we'll play it.
Holly's Eubanks. Ugh. Probably gonna stay off. It's a match I don't want to watch either, honestly. Like, Baena Zverev, we're both off.
I think I'm gonna play the Roman Cerundolo 5 sets.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But no GBM.
Yeah.
Not too confident. I'm off of Daniel Tsitsipas.
Yeah, me too. I'm on O'Connell Fritz set 1 tiebreak.
First set tiebreak at plus
Yeah.
350.
Yep.
I might play it. I might not. I respect O'Connell's ability to compete, and I might actually play him to win a set, and I got 3 cracks at it.
Okay.
But yeah, we're both on Nardi money line. We can make that GBM too if you want. And then under 40 for the Yoshi Borges. I think we're both on it, but not GBM worthy. And then we're both off Kopriva Djokovic. So, and Marajan will be my rollover candidate. And you're not rolling anything off.
Nah, I got no rollovers for me.
All right, that does
All
it.
right, guys, long pod. Sorry for the marathon. Hopefully people don't get too crazy and bogged down. We'll post the pics so people can read them too, and I think we'll post them. We'll post, obviously you'll have all the timestamps posted and whatnot. So.
All right, everyone. Have a good day.
Bye, guys.